Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Everything was just shaking here for a minute. Good morning. Good morning, cupcakes. Today's Thursday, March 19th, 2026. How's everybody doing? Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Kelbell McQueen. So happy you could come spend your birthday. We'll make you some lemon pound cake. Good morning, my lemon pound cake friend, says Gen X Grammy. Eileen, you just had me lose a day, unless you're in Australia. She says, happy Friday Eve, everyone. Today is Thursday here in the US, at least on the East Coast. And so I saw that go by and I thought, it's usually me who has to look up in the corner for what day it is. But you may be across down under. How's everybody today? I was, let's see, Mastermind is local. Says, catching up on your coverage of this one. I'm local to the case and it is so embarrassing. Well, it's a civil lawsuit. Look, it's a civil lawsuit. And as you know, you can, I tell you this all the time. You can sue anybody at any time for any reason. It doesn't mean you're going to be successful. And it could cost you a lot of money, but not all lawsuits have merit. This case, all right, for those of you have you been following this? Did you watch it yesterday? I was in the car yesterday for about 7 hours. I had a very long trip yesterday, and I am back. I'm back. But on my way back, as I was trying to catch up on all of the testimony, because this AFROMAN trial only started on Monday. Or did it start on Tuesday? Now I can't even remember. And so if you did watch it and you know the outcome, just try and keep it to yourself, because a lot of people don't. That would be nice if you didn't. But I thought we should cover the testimony anyway, right? So on my way back from where I was, I don't know, the hair here, I saw that the verdict was in. And so we will talk about that. But I think we need to talk about what happened, why the jury may have decided the way that they did. I'm going to try and keep it a secret from you anyway, for those people who don't know, and the flaws in the plaintiff's case and what the defense, well, see, that kind of gave it away. All right, well, let me just not talk. How about that? Let's jump back into some testimony. We saw one of the plaintiffs testify the other day. There are extensive show notes below this video for those of you who are not familiar with the case. AFROMAN is a rapper. He had a bust out hit in the year 2000 that many of you may remember, and your kids may sing to this day. And it was called Because I Get High. Because I got high. I was going to go to court, but then I got high, or because I got high. And I want to watch his testimony with you. Tell me which testimony you want to watch again. I wasn't a fan of the judge either. I thought he inserted him into this himself into the trial way too much. But we need to listen to some of the plaintiff's testimony. For me, the two most egregious cases were against the one cop that we saw testify, we have a new Chaka in the corner. That is AFROMAN. He's the face of the First Amendment that we didn't know we needed. The one plaintiff whose testimony we watched, today's Thursday, it must have been Tuesday, Brian Newland. He was the one who, yeah, that's him. He was the one who testified that, I keep wanting to call him AFROMAN, but it's not. That's why I had to put it right on the screen. It's AFROMAN. Called a pedo in a post or two on Facebook. And then AFROMAN came with receipts. And it turns out that Newland's brother was actually convicted of crimes against children. And he had been a chief of police somewhere else, I think in Ohio. And so there were actual receipts on that. And then his post started to change about his brother and how kids shouldn't sleep over there. And Brian Newland got up and he kind of chuckled through his whole testimony. Reminding me a little bit of, Ron Howard's character from Happy Days. What was his name again? And he just like had a smile on the whole time, talking about how he has 2 daughters and their friends won't come to sleep over anymore. And I'm thinking, wait a second, your brother was a chief of police somewhere else and actually was convicted of crimes against children. And you wonder why kids don't want to sleep over your house. In my opinion, there was no nexus between anything that AFROMAN did and any of the alleged damages that man suffered. But Richie Cunningham, yeah, it was kind of like a Richie Cunningham, right? He had a permagrin Newland. And it was kind of crazy. So that's pretty much all the testimony we watched, right? We watched openings, we watched Newland, and we were just, why is this guy smirking so much? But what I want to watch next is Lisa PHILLIPS' testimony, because a lot of people, I think, were moved by this. Many people thought she had crocodile tears. I haven't watched it yet, so this is going to be a real-time reaction from me. Yeah, go watch the Lemon Pound Cake video. Give it a like and a comment. And again, it was mind-blowing to me that these 7 cops who raided AFROMAN's house, took his money, took a couple of joints, laughed at him when he asked them to return, to fix his property, would even want to bring this lawsuit public, because where many of us had never heard about this before and haven't really followed AFROMAN since 2000. I don't know if anybody is a huge fan of AFROMAN and you've been following him for the past 25 years, just raise your hand, because I kind of forgot about him, to be honest. But now that these guys decided to sue him for defamation and false light and invasion of privacy, it has drawn so much more attention, to my opinion, in AFROMAN. He's going to blow up even more than he was before. And these 7 law enforcement officers are drawing more attention to the post that he made about them and maybe what some people think to be crocodile tears in court. And so every now and then we need a fun day. Today's going to be a fun day. It's Fun Day Thursday. We usually do it on Fridays. 4 p.m. today, we are going to go back and cover what I was not able to cover with you yesterday, which is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing and the text messages that were released. And I'm sure by 4 p.m., some more things will happen with Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because that trial is scheduled to start on Monday in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and we will cover Kelsey Fitzsimmons gavel to gavel. It is expected to be maybe 4 days, I think, tops. And so we're going to get to watch the whole thing together, and Court TV will be there. So we will get a good, well, hopefully good. Court TV is not always the greatest audio, a good feed. Okay. Where is he selling his merch? I don't know, but let's find out and then we can promote it. We have 2 motivational quotes to talk about because we missed yesterday and we have today. So we have a motivational daily calendar, because I don't know about you, but some days I need motivation to get through the day. And so these are famous quotes from famous people. Yesterday's quote for Wednesday, March 18th is a Mahatma Gandhi quote. I suppose leadership at one time meant muscles, but today it means getting along with people. Yes, that is true, James. I suppose leadership at one time meant muscles, but today it means getting along with people. Mahatma Gandhi. Go walk your dog, Melissa. That's okay. Walk the dog. We'll still be here. You can listen on your ear pods. You know, I always narrate things for you because I know many of you are working out or rage cleaning, or doing other things or driving 18-wheelers down the highway. And so I do narrate things that are going on the screen in case you can't watch. Yep, he's OG AFROMAN on all socials. Thanks, Jeff. Today's quote of the day is from Napoleon Hill, and it reads, "If you do not conquer self, you will be conquered by self." How many people do you know? Or do you ever self-sabotage? That's a great quote. If you do not conquer self, you will be conquered by self. Napoleon Hill. There you go. Kay Willis is a realtor south of Boston. She hasn't been able to follow this case, but you're going to hear more about it now because we're not going to just ignore it because it's over. We still need to talk about it and analyze it because we here are big proponents of the First Amendment. And this is a civil case involving the First Amendment and people's right to freedom of speech and how far is too far, what is crossing the line. And in this case, it was a jury who made this decision. And so it was up to the jury in this case whether or not they were going to believe this case. And if you know what happened, please don't spoil it. Okay, so let's go back and watch the testimony of Lisa PHILLIPS, who testified, I think, on Tuesday. There's been some local coverage of this. There was a channel called WCPO 9 that was streaming. Many of you pointed out another channel to me, a local guy in Ohio who actually did interview AFROMAN, and it was a good interview. I'll link it below for you. And you told me that he was live streaming it, but I only saw one video from jury selection day. I don't know that he's posted any other video from any of the other days. So we're gonna, for now, get what we can get. And we're going to watch the plaintiff's testimony. And this, again, is Lisa PHILLIPS from, I think it was, I don't know, March 16th. It says today's the 19th. All right, let's start there. Warning regarding the tape during Lisa's testimony. Okay, so this may not be the kind of stream that you want your children listening to. Trigger warning, blanket trigger warning on content, because a lot of it's dirty. And you know I try not to curse or say things like that on my channel. So if you have me on the computer, hi nurses, all my nurses at Mass General and other hospitals, mostly around Massachusetts. If you have this playing in the background, you might want to put your earbuds on for some of this testimony. Oh, he posted a new video this morning. Thanks, Anna. All right, so let us keep going. And remember, the First Amendment to the Constitution that guarantees every citizen the right to free speech was originally enacted so that we could criticize the government, right? That's the main purpose of the First Amendment, is being able to speak out against the government in the United States of America as such, because there are many countries that don't allow you to do that, that will, put you in front of a firing squad if you do that. All right. It's potty language. It's more about the visual. Okay. All right. I haven't watched it yet, so we're going to have to just play it by ear and see what happens. All right. This is Lisa's testimony from the other day.
They give you somebody you can't get through. I think I can get through my direct, Judge.
This is the plaintiff's attorney, Klingler, Mr. Klingler. Okay. Tell me if you need a boost on the audio here. Oh, yeah, it's the it's the New York Athletic Club. You know, if you know, you know. Thanks, Highgate June. It's the New York Athletic Club. The Winged Foot. It is a beautiful, beautiful place. I grew up there. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Plaintiff's attorney. His name is Klingler. Trigger warning for adults only. Thank you, Letter Rose by Bettero. Put the kids away for this one, you guys. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the local guy got the courtroom feeds. All right, well, let's watch this and we'll see how far we get with this.
That's the goal. Thank you.
Audio good? Oh, I agree. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. There wasn't $400,000
Do
missing.
you solemnly swear
Grandma.
the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Lisa Phillips,
And Lisa, where do you live?
Adams County.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
At least 24 years or so.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
When did you start your career in law enforcement?
2001.
And what were you doing at that time?
I graduated high school in 2000 and went to the police academy,
Well, what academy did you go to?
Greenfield Police Academy in Hillsborough.
And how long have you known you wanted to be a police officer?
Since I was a kid.
What was your first position then out of the academy?
Part-time.
Okay. I'm going to just put something out there right now. I am not going to tolerate, I'm just not. I'm not going to tolerate gender identity digs. We just don't do that here. Okay. We just don't do it here. And if you don't like it, then this is not the place for you. We talk about the witnesses and their testimony, whether they're credible, whether they're not credible. But coming in to disparage people's sexual preference or gender identity or body shaming or whatever is not, I'm not going to do it. And I already see it happening. So I'm going to absolutely 100% not tolerate it. Focus on the testimony, focus on the credibility, focus on the merits of her case. We're adult. We're supposed to be adults. I know. Thank you.
Michigan Police Department.
And then when did you was your next job a deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
When did you start as a deputy sheriff?
September of 2002.
And do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
You have a husband?
Yes, sir.
You have a child?
Yes, sir.
How old is your child?
She's 21.
And did she go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir.
Do you have other family in the area?
I got grandma and cousins and family like that.
And did you ever serve as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us about that.
I took the job full-time at the sheriff's office as a school resource officer. Is what I started off as, deputy sheriff, school resource officer. Then was there for the kids, keep the kids safe, out of any kind of danger. I also was there for the kids, as far as, bonding with the kids, and keeping them, as far as like way of life, just somebody else to be there, sometimes they need somebody to talk to. I did that quite a bit.
And did you sometimes greet the kids when they got dropped off at school?
In the morning, I directed traffic at the school.
And did you have occasion to know any of Mr. Foreman's children?
I don't know him by name, but I have let him out of the vehicle before, or not let him out, but greeted him.
What just had happened?
Team that executed a warrant.
Yes, they also stole some of
Were you
his money.
part
We
of
went
the
over that
team
the other day.
executed a
Allegedly.
warrant on Mr. Foreman's property?
Yes, sir.
And that home was located here in Adams County on Russellville Road.
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be a part of that warrant team?
I was called in. I wasn't actually working.
You weren't on duty?
No, sir.
And is that part of your job? Even if you're off duty, if you need to be called in for something, you drop everything and go do it?
Yes.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
Was Mr. Foreman home during the warrant execution?
No, sir.
Were any of his children present?
Not initially.
Did you see any of his children that night?
In the vehicle with their mother.
Just to clear that up, can you tell us what happened?
Come in the driveway, and I was on the outer post of the house as far as like the perimeter area, And she pulled up with the kids, and I went over and spoke with her, and I told her, we probably wouldn't be good for the kids to see this, you know what I mean? So they wouldn't be there to
Do you know
be
whether,
upset or anything.
excuse me, do you know whether the children live there or do they live somewhere else?
They live up the road. I mean, up down the road from there.
With their mother?
Yes.
So then did they leave or did the children never went into the house or anything?
No, sir.
Did you take any money that night?
Yes, sir.
Sometime after this warrant was executed, did you start becoming aware of things Mr. Foreman was posting about you on the internet?
Yes, sir, I did.
Yes, just so it's clear, AFROMAN's given name is Joseph Foreman. Sometimes they call him Joe Foreman. I know it's confusing.
We have some exhibits that we want to show you. Do you have them lined? Do you have them lined up, Natalie?
I have them pulled up,
Okay.
not, they won't play.
Yeah. Let's go to the first one. Is that the order that we put them in?
I have the order.
This is Lisa
Which number is
Phillips,
this?
plaintiff.
Oh, this is number 19.
So Lisa, we're showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 19. This looks like a post from September 17th, 2022. Was that shortly after the execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for those of you who are not looking at your screen, this is the side-by-side comparison of the Mona Lisa and this officer, Lisa Phillips, on what looks like a Facebook post. Or no, that looks like, maybe that's Instagram. That's Instagram.
Can we blow it up just a little bit? Okay, down. Near the bottom of that first paragraph, just go down a little bit more right there. Has anybody in Adams County verified her vagina? If you haven't, you should, or she might.
I'm going to read the post to you because it doesn't look like he's going to read the whole thing. OG AFROMAN on Instagram 178 weeks ago from whenever this post was printed up. Good morning, ladies. Here she is, the condescending C word. Adams County, but the way he spells county is KKKOUNTY. Sheriff Lieutenant Mona Lisa to serve and disconnect your home video surveillance system so you won't have proof of the Adams County Sheriff Department stealing money and other things around your house and even possibly planting false kidnapping evidence. I used to speak to this lady when I dropped my kids off to school. I always wonder why she never spoke back. The way he spells back is BACC. Just looked at me with the same condescending look. C word look you see in.
Near the bottom of that first paragraph, just go down a little bit more.
You see in the picture, that same condescending C word look you see in the picture. I spoke to her again at the metal detector in the Adams County Courthouse. Her voice was 3 octaves lower than mine, LOL. Has anybody in Adams County verified her vajayjay? If you haven't, you should, or she might.
There. Has anybody in Adams County
Oh, he's gonna say it
verified
again.
her vagina? If you haven't, you should, or she might. Whoop out something bigger than yours. If this lady is your friend, I wouldn't leave her alone in my house. Or I'll put it this way, if you leave and your video system is messed up, et cetera, et cetera. And then down below a little further, my name for this particular officer is Lieutenant Mona Lisa. When did you first see this posting, if you recall?
Shortly after the warrant.
That was over three and a half years ago. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Chuck, I'm covering Kelsey Fitzsimmons at 4 o'clock. Yesterday I was traveling and couldn't cover it live.
And you see here, it says disconnect after stealing my money.
What's the number?
Sorry, exhibit plaintiff's.
This post says, and this was 151 weeks ago from when it was published. Good morning, ladies. Lieutenant Mona Lisa, full of S. Phillips, to serve and to disconnect after stealing my money and disconnecting my cameras. Lieutenant Mona Lisa, Lisa, full of S. Phillips, is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridicule, and the loss of her reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mona Lisa, full of S. Phillips, but she loves stealing money and disconnecting cameras of law-abiding tax-paying citizens.
20, Your Honor, thank you. Is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridicule, and the loss of her reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mona Lisa, full of shit Phillips, but she loves stealing money and disconnecting cameras of law-abiding tax-paying citizens. That's March 25th of 2023. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next one. Which number is this?
Number 21 is the video.
Lieutenant, look at little Lisa. Stop looking at pussy back there.
I see where we're going with this. All right. Okay. This is why I don't like Cardi B's music, and that's just me. And Auntie Ann said she was the one I felt bad for. Right. And did you think calling Officer Newland a pedo crossed the line because it was really his brother who was the convicted pedo? But remember also that these plaintiffs have to show damages, right? They have to show damages. And so for Newland, maybe the jury would think, well, he can't really show damages because kids might not want his daughter's friends might not be allowed to sleep over his house because his brother actually is a convicted pedo. And the question is his, what he calls satire and parody, does it cross the line into defamation? And is it civilly actionable? The First Amendment case that we're handling for Aidan Carney in Massachusetts is a criminal matter. And so there's a different burden of proof and different standards. Should we not watch the video? Is it going to get me stricken? Is it that bad? I'm going to just make it smaller on your screen. And other people say it's art, right? And this is what he does, right? When people disparage me and talk trash about me on the internet, what do? I make merch. That's what AFROMAN did too. That's why we have the I Went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little merch. And that's why we're making the yacht merch eventually one of these days when I get to it. Kelly, I just need to reach out to you because I just want to make some changes to your amazing designs. I'm not going to like it. All right. Let's skip the video and let's just say, why don't you just put in the chat what you found offensive about it? A lot of P word in here. I feel like we kind of have to watch it. So if you don't like it, well, let's see if I can put the captions on. Would that help? Oh, all right. So is he basically calling her gay?
You don't even know how many video cameras you've been disconnected.
Okay, we got to watch it.
Well, no, that was 21.
Yes.
If you don't want to watch it, just come back in like 3 minutes or 4 minutes, however long this video is.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Wait, they didn't show very much of it.
You don't even know how many video cameras you've been disconnected.
Well, no, that was 21.
Yes.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Lieutenant Mona Lisa, ain't white just like Lisa. Jealous of me.
I don't even know as much as the record you said, I work with me here. Go with it. 22.
22.
You can't roll a liquor low, Lisa. Lisa is white just like Lisa. Lisa, she jealous of me.
And what is in the music video is the actual surveillance footage from his house, from his cameras. He's using his own content to make other content because he was mad that they trashed his house, stole his surveillance system, stole maybe some of his money, and he made content because he wanted to pay for the damage that they did to his house, he says.
Was that the same one over again, or was that a different one?
That is number 22.
That's
the same-
22.
Yes.
Same one, all right. Lieutenant Lickumlow Lisa ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Is that what you understood that to say?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
I don't think there's a copyright thing here because this is the public trial, and I don't think AFROMAN is going to go around striking people on this because I think he wants the word out, so I think we're good.
This is 23.
Oh, try not to write that word in chat. I get what you're saying, though.
Mother liquor low, Lisa. Lisa is white just like Lisa. Lisa, she jealous of me and my love child. That's why she is connected my camera.
That's the same thing on a different platform. Do you know what, can you tell what platform that is?
Search YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram? Okay, let's, don't play it, just pull it up, see if we can,
Number 22.
It's
number
YouTube.
22, yeah.
There's
Mother
YouTube.
liquor low, Lisa.
That's
Is that-
22 again.
That's YouTube?
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out which two platforms. Were they both the same platform?
Do you want me to go to the next, or both of those are both YouTube?
Oh, okay.
And then there's more exhibits of this.
Yes, I don't know why we had two of the same one, but I'm sorry. Let's go, you can
Can
turn,
we stop here? So for the record, are we saying that Exhibit 22 and Exhibit 23 are duplicates?
They are not duplicates. They are postings of the same video. One was posted on October 4th, 2022. One was posted on October 23rd, 2022. They were posted on his YouTube account on two separate occasions. One is like
Can
that.
we clear that
Thank
up for the record, Your Honor?
I think we just did.
I don't know which one was posted when.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
You're thinking like I'm thinking. Go ahead.
thank you, Judge. Let's play the next exhibit.
24.
Yes. Exhibit 24.
Mother liquor low, Lisa. Lisa is white just like Lisa. Lisa, she jealous of me and my love child. That's why she is connected my camera.
When was that post? Can you see a date? Is that a different date? Or should have the witness testify probably ideally.
It's
if we can,
September
but-
25th of 2022.
Okay. And is that a different,
Just wait.
that's a different date from the other two?
Yes.
Thank you. Next exhibit. Number
25.
25.
Mother liquor low, Lisa. Lisa is white just like Lisa. Lisa, she jealous of me and my love child. That's why she is connected my camera.
And is that a different date? Whoops. Was that a different date?
By the way, the entire body cam footage is over 8 hours long. I'm going to link the link below this video to the entire body cam footage. It's over 8 hours long. Here they are in his closet where they're going to find some money in one of his jacket pockets from a show he did with Snoop Dogg at Red Rocks. And Snoop Dogg paid him the balance of $5,000 apparently in cash at the end of the night. And he forgot that it was in his jacket pocket in his closet.
Well, it's not up there anymore, is it? Or
It is up there.
okay. Can you tell, Lisa? Sorry.
Yes, sir. It's October 4th of 2022.
Thank you. Different date. Okay. Next exhibit. Is that it? All right. We have another video. We're ready to do that?
Charlie says they didn't steal his surveillance system. They disconnected the cameras and left him on the sofa. Because they didn't want the cameras picking up what they were doing, right? I mean, doesn't that go to something? Conscience of guilt. Most cases that we cover, they actually take the surveillance system. They did it in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case and others. Thanks, Charlie.
I'm just assuming I'm going to object.
Yes, you're going to object to
This
this.
is the one I'm going to renew my objection on.
So don't play it, just tell me what it is first. What is this?
This is a video that was posted, I believe, last Friday. Yes.
I will enter an objection on this. The law has changed. As I said, in April of 2025, a new law was passed, an anti-SLAPP law, which would apply to this and therefore would have a completely different standard of evidence, and we would renew our objection to it being admitted.
So this is interesting. So he continued to post videos throughout the trial. The trial was only started Monday. It was only 3 days long. Avila 1A is the First Amendment. And so he continued his behavior and he continued posting these videos throughout the course of this trial up to and including probably today. I do have the search warrant. And we can look at that as well. And so now the plaintiff's attorney wants to bring in stuff that was just published a couple days ago to make it look even more egregious, as if, you know, AFROMAN hasn't stopped. He's going to continue to stop unless you're the ones to stop him, because they're also asking for an injunction in this case. And his lawyer, this is Mr. Osborne, is objecting to this. And this judge is wild. If you haven't watched this judge yet, his name is Jonathan Hine. And he does his sidebars, what should be sidebars, in my opinion, openly in front of the jurors in court. So if you haven't seen that yet, you might think it's a little wild, and he keeps doing it. It's almost like he wants to teach the jury. It's like we're all just watching a law school reenactment of a case, a mock trial or something. It's crazy.
Or even post it.
That law does not apply to this video or to this case, Judge.
Your Honor, that pertains to matters of public, for the press. It also covers artistic expression and stuff. Just to have no analysis is not an answer to the question. But I will renew it.
Really good objection, and I'll be consistent. Overrule it, we'll play it. You might be right. Overrule it, I think I'm right. Number 26.
I mean, this could be more inflammatory if there's anti-SLAPP laws in place now to prevent frivolous litigation, and the laws against civil defamation are different now. I don't think he should be allowed to play this video from last Friday. It's more prejudicial than probative, and the law has changed on what's allowable and what's not in civil court. No, actually, BAMCATA, they sued for in excess of $25,000, which are jurisdictional requirements to get into this level of court. So don't get confused by that, because when you listen to the closings, which we're going to play, he asks for a lot more money than $25,000. So keep in mind also, well, I have questions about that when we get there, but you'll hear it.
And this is not 26. I apologize, Your Honor. It's 34. Sorry, we're out of order because of the way that they.
Right, okay. 34.
Then for the record, Your Honor, my objection would pertain to Exhibit 34, just for the record.
Did you see this already, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, when they listed it, I did find it and take a look at it. I was never supplied a copy, but I did find a copy on YouTube.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
The wig. So there's another music video in which he's interspersing clips of her from her deposition and other clips from the surveillance video. And his attorney does look like Zach Galifianakis, and that's why I've been thinking about it the whole time and I couldn't think of who it was. And this is also where juries may differ. Some of the jurors may find this funny. Some of them might find it offensive. That's why it's always risky to go with a jury. Risky. You never know what a jury's going to do. And then he has an actress playing her now. one more warning for this particular video. Watch out for the visuals. All right, so let's make it small. Smaller.
Liquor Melisa came to town. She loved the percent all around. From Adams County to the 275. Liquor Melisa, licking every pussy alive.
Ah,
Liquor
that's exactly what we're not doing here.
Lisa, liquor Melisa, pussy alive.
Oh my.
Lisa.
I mean, okay. I think you get the idea, right? All right. And then so he's playing an actor to play her, or he's hiring an actor to play her, and it's dirty, and it's dirty, and it's dirty. Let's see her reaction to it when it, oops. Like, okay, why don't I just make it bigger for the second time? You get the gist, right? And I don't know how many views that video had before this trial, but I bet it's blown up in the past 2 days. And this is where she's breaking down and beginning to cry. Lemon Pound Cake is better. We're going to get to watch that too.
She took it back to my camera. Then she went down on my spouse.
And I hear, I see real tears. Do I think it's funny? No, particularly that's not my sense of humor. Many of you in the chat do, and that's a difference of opinion, and that's cool. And so some people think it's funny. It's not really my type of humor, right? I don't really think Andrew Dice Clay is funny either, but I think Jerry Seinfeld is hilarious. And there's other comedians who are dirty that I think are hilarious, and other ones who are dirty that I don't think are hilarious. Not that Seinfeld is.
I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep on laughing. She's gonna eat your wife's pussy.
Oh.
And come on.
Let's just mute the audio and watch her expressions for a moment. And she's crying real tears. I mean, she can see why she's crying real tears. Does it cross the line? Emily says it's not nice, but it's still protected under the First Amendment. Other people say it's humiliating AF. And Stacy says the cops have made this more funny. And No House, No Foul says, honestly, I don't find this funny, but I do find it true to how he feels about her in this situation. Purple Pro says we're all adults. It's funny. I mean, there's some stuff like I don't really think Family Guy is that funny either, but I think The Simpsons are funny, and we're all entitled to our version of what we think is funny. And I think she's genuinely upset too. Other people think she's crying because she's embarrassed. She's a police officer who raided, one of the police officers who raided, or sheriff's deputies who raided AFROMAN's home. It goes on forever. You guys are telling me, okay, so you get the idea, right? These are real tears. She's hurt by it.
I was on the way to work one morning, a companion was stopping stop sign. Commissioners had contracted a crew that worked with the companion. I get hollered, Lieutenant Lisa Miller.
Moving on, this is parts of her deposition.
Lisa, I'm sorry. I didn't know that hurt you like that.
But the jury has to see it, right? Because this is what the case is about. This is what the case is about. She's claiming, she's the one who cut the video feed. Thank you. She's claiming to have been damaged, and she's going to look for a large amount of money for the way people have treated her, perhaps since this video dropped. Is it actionable, is the question in civil court. Yeah, the jury had to see the whole video because that's her whole case.
I would never shoot you, or I would never want to punch you. I thought I cracked some musical jokes that I didn't know they hurt you, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
I was just having fun with the bad situation. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Oh man, Jesus. Hang on, let's take a little break, everybody. Hang on.
Now he's hugging the actress version of her. People would argue that artists, good artists, are able to evoke emotion, right? Is it art or is it defamation? That's what the jury's going to need to decide. So the plaintiff's attorney will keep playing it and playing it, and both things can be true. You can feel sorry for her and also not think it crosses the line and that it's defamatory. AFROMAN in his head-to-toe American flag suit. Now the camera's focused on AFROMAN.
What the fuck? Oh, this. I did a show one night. And this girl said, hey, AFROMAN, I want to give you some pussy.
Sup, Bo? Some people think it's not art, but isn't art subjective, right? Art is subjective. So we might go to a museum. I might love a painting. You might hate a painting, right? So whichever way you feel about this video, I can see both sides of it. But the plaintiff's attorney is playing it for the jury like he's entitled to do. And also it's evoking a reaction from her that may influence the jury's decision and may not, right? You can say it's not art. Other people can say it's art, right? Not the song I wanted stuck in my head today. Don't worry, we're going to get to Lemon Pound Cake and it's a way better song, in my opinion.
Under duress.
Is this part of it?
What is this?
Okay. Is this part of it?
This is not my thing.
That it?
I'll give you 15 minutes tomorrow to start. We're done.
We're
He's
done.
still under duress. You're directed not to coach her testimony. We can talk about other matters, but not her direct.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
We'll start at 8:15 tomorrow, and you can have your 15 or so then.
Thank you.
Thank you for good work today, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and go off the record.
He really does love teaching the jury. It's you guys told me you local fellow guys, people who have been chatters covering this from the beginning, said that he was pulled out of retirement to handle this case. Jonathan Hine, right? Okay. Thank you to a creator by the name of the Watchdog Wire, who I see just did post day 2 of this trial, and he was in court, and he's a big First Amendment guy. And allegedly, you guys told me that he put it up there for people to use, so we're going to use it and hope he doesn't strike me, because he did the Lord's work. And the local TV station did not air all of the testimony from the trial. They cut out certain cross-examinations. He's got AFROMAN on here, because I think when he did his interview with AFROMAN, he went actually into his kitchen. How many people are going to do their kitchen like that now with the green and white tiles? And he sang for him a little bit. And that's where I pulled my little corner icon from.
Mine eye seen the corruption of the Adams County cops, stealing money, stealing cake. When they make their traffic stop, first they screw you, then they sue you. Play little games and dismiss your claims. The proof's on the internet.
And this is cool because he gets like an overview. It's almost like a drone shot of the courtroom. So shout out to this creator. I will link him below so you can go give him a like and a sub. When I first looked at his channel, he only had a couple thousand subs and his videos were only getting like 500 to 1,000 views. But the Streisand effect is in full effect.
Do a recap of some things that happened yesterday off the record. You guys have time.
I'm going to assume that the jury is to the bottom of the screen and we can't see the jury, because it would not be right to film the jury. The truth is on the internet. Lenny Bruce, I remember Lenny Bruce.
The court previously
Didn't he get arrested for his comedy?
Plaintiffs were public officials, so
Didn't he get arrested for his comedy, or was that just some liberties that they took in the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel show, which I absolutely loved, by the way?
build that in.
Cool. Cool.
Whether that's an issue for the plaintiffs is up to you in the Court of Appeals, but take that as a law of the case. There were 3 remaining causes. Not true. 3 remaining causes.
No captions. Just let me know if I need to boost it. Hold on. Lenny Bruce was arrested for cursing on stage, right? Lenny Bruce was arrested many times. So this is day 2. This is St. Patty's Day. That's when we started covering, but we were covering the testimony from the day before. We did openings and we did Brian Newland. Red Fox. Yep. Okay, I'll boost. Thank you. Let's just fast forward a little bit. Look at this judge smiling at the jury. Here's the channel. It's the Watchdog Wire. And right now he's got 2,600 subs. See if we can get him up. Shall we? Do the work, you guys. You guys know what to do.
Okay, glad you seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for being on time, ready to go. I spent a few minutes with the lawyers. That's why we had you back in the jury room so I could get organized. We're on a good schedule. We got a lot accomplished yesterday. We're still on the plaintiff's case to try to prove their allegations. The education process is where I want to circle back. Like, you're starting to get it just by nature of being here and having information fed at you. I'm going to try to give you another reminder class on the claims so you can understand more what the witnesses are trying to establish. In the end, you'll get a written set. At the end of the trial, I'll read these instructions to you. But it's, in my mind, hard to understand why you're hearing something if you don't know the rules. So I'm just going to give you a quick 5-minute refresher. 2 claims, we're going to call them again, defamation and false light. Okay, so what's defamation? For the plaintiff to prevail, remember it's...
I'm sorry, what? Is it day 2? Why is he giving the jury instructions on how the plaintiff is going to prevail and what the plaintiff needs to show to prevail? That's supposed to come at the end of the case. You guys who watched this already, Lisa Phillips is still on direct, right? This is the day after. Why is he talking to the jury now about what the plaintiffs need to prove? That is highly improper. And he's inserting himself into this case. This is so weird. The jury's in the room. He's looking at the jury. Listen to this again. And talking to the jury. And he does this throughout. I saw it a little bit on day 1, but this is crazy.
In my mind, hard to understand why you're hearing something if you don't know the rules. So I'm just going to give you a
Oh, okay. I'll boost him.
refresher. 2 claims, we're going to call them again, defamation and false light. Okay, so what's defamation? For the plaintiff to prevail, remember it's more evidence in the plaintiff's favor than opposed to slightly more evidence. The preponderance.
Okay, is that too loud now? I don't like how he's explaining the law in the middle of the case, but it's going to be a good refresher for all of us because mainstream media, the local channel that was covering this, didn't televise this part of the trial. No, this is day 2. This is the beginning of day 2. This is St. Patty's Day. Here we go. So you can understand now also what the civil defamation standard is in Ohio.
More evidence in the plaintiff's favor than opposed to slightly more evidence.
Oh, Kat said it's not in order. But I mean, it's got 3/17/26 as the timestamp of the video. This is the actual court footage. So I'm not 100% on that. I mean, if this is coming from the actual court footage and it's got the date on it.
Preponderance. So they would have to prove a statement which can be oral. So they would have to prove a statement which can be oral, written, or video. Some communicated information. A statement, a fact was made. The statement was untrue. The defendant acted with either malice or reckless disregard, and the plaintiff suffered some sort of harm or injury. So as you hear testimony, the plaintiffs have to establish each of those 4 parts.
It's not out of order. What he just said tells me that it's not out of order. What the plaintiff has to show, but the plaintiff has to show is those 4 parts. The defendant made a statement that he published on video or somewhere else, that it was untrue, that the statement was untrue, that he did it with malice or reckless disregard, which is different from satire or parody or humor, right? And that as a result of that, the plaintiff suffered an injury as a result of that particular thing. And through some of the cross-examination, you're going to see Osborne get into things like, well, you're a cop. You get criticized all the time, right? Got to learn the law, little cupcakes. Here we go.
Words in there are important. So like I started defining words, I said actual malice. So you have to prove that the motive for the conduct was motivated by either malice or reckless disregard for truthfulness. Actual malice would mean making a false statement with knowledge that it's false. knowing it's false is the malice. Reckless disregard means I didn't really care to check out whether it was true or not. I recklessly disregarded whether it was accurate when I made it. This shows up because public officials are what these plaintiffs are. Because of the nature of their conduct as law enforcement officers, public officials are held to a higher standard. The higher standard that was talked about yesterday is actual malice or reckless disregard. If you're a private citizen, I would be giving you a different set of instructions that it's a lower culpability, if you want to call it, when making a statement. So like if you wonder where's the higher standard, how that plays in, to prove that a person actually knew the statement was false is the higher standard when they made it.
Thank you.
Recklessly disregarded whether it was true.
This is before testimony started for the day. Yarn Works Crafts is pointing out. So we are not crazy. The judge is doing this in the middle of testimony. This is day 2. Lisa Phillips ended day 1. She was still on direct with the video that some of you liked and thought was funny and some of you didn't like and thought it was offensive. But he's explaining to them why it's a higher standard for public officials. He's all but testifying as himself. I don't like it. I don't know if this is just the way they do things in Ohio. The judge by himself was an appellate issue. The strong leg. Here we go.
That's the higher standard. I won't have to define falsity except to say a statement is false when it's not substantially true. So little minor deviations don't make the statement false, but it has to be something meaningfully inaccurate. I don't know that there's any dispute about the defendant causing publication. But publication is any kind of a distribution of information.
He hasn't
If I wrote
testified yet.
myself a note, put it in a drawer, and nobody else reads it, there's no publication. In this case, it doesn't look like distribution or publication or making the statement. It's really contested. Then the other claim is called false light publicity. This is like first cousin, but it's like also better known maybe in the realm of invading a person's privacy. They both end up causing maybe some kind of harm, but a false light publicity violation, the plaintiffs have to prove they were put in a false light in a highly offensive manner. So false light, I was put in a false light in something that's highly offensive, like a minor deviation. I don't like your hair color. It's really offensive to me. Well, you can decide at what point in time because it's really offensive, but it has to be something that's highly offensive. And again, the defendant has to have knowledge or a reckless disregard for the accuracy of the statement. So in that respect, false light has the same sort of knowingly make the statement or have a reckless disregard for the accuracy of the statement. But it does, this statement, put a person in a false light in a highly offensive manner to a reasonable person. You're the reasonable person, not whether the witness said, oh, I'm offended. They might be real tenderhearted and offended in anything. You might go, no, I'm the average person in the public, and that's not really offensive to the public. So you're the outside, objectively reasonable. That's what the jury's function is.
I've never seen this before in the middle of a trial.
It's maybe a way to help you better understand, just like holding up to 3 fingers, 4 fingers, what the plaintiffs have to prove. Each of those parts by a preponderance of the evidence, except in the defamation claim, it has to be clearly obvious that the defendant knew it was a false statement or recklessly disregarded. Part of that public official is like you have to be clearly convinced. So higher standard, the scale has to be a little bit shifted farther down, that he knowingly made a false statement or recklessly disregarded the accuracy of the statement when he made it. So think preponderance for everything except the culpable, the mental state, the motive state. of knowing it's false or recklessly disregarding. And that's, you have to be more convinced. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, but as you learn, I hope you're getting the idea of what we're looking for here. Ready to go, Mr. Klingler?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Drexler, ready? And Mr. Osborne?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's about 15 minutes or so of Ms. Phillips back in the stand. Come on up here if you would.
This is not out of order. I can see why people would be confused. This was the beginning of day 2, which was Tuesday, St. Patty's Day. It says right here, 3/17, 2026. And now Lisa Phillips is coming back on the stand. She's the plaintiff deputy sheriff who allegedly disconnected his security cameras. Okay.
Still under oath from yesterday, Ms. Phillips, so
I don't think did he call the jury stupid? What do you mean, Sherry? He called them stupid? Hold on. Or he just saying he insinuated that they were stupid?
Yes, sir.
okay, there's about 15 minutes or so of Ms. Phillips report here. Ready to go, Mr. Klingler?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Drexler, ready? And Mr. Osborne?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's about 15 minutes or so of Ms. Phillips back in the stand. Come on up here if you would. You're still under oath from yesterday, Ms. Phillips, so I'll just remind you of that. We don't give you the oath again.
Amy, I cannot unsee it. He is the judge is Mr. Hand from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Totally Mr. Hand. I can't unsee it now. Thank you. The jury can't ask for definitions in the middle of a trial, but I mean, you would think that, right?
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lisa.
Weird also how her own attorney only calls her Lisa, doesn't address her as deputy sheriff or Ms. Phillips, just Lisa.
We left yesterday afternoon with a video, and that video contained parts of your videotaped deposition from last fall. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You remember giving that video deposition last fall?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where it occurred?
Mr. Osborne's office.
And do you, in the video snippets that we saw yesterday, it appeared somebody was asking you questions at this deposition in Mr. Osborne's office. Who was asking you those questions
In the deposition.
in the deposition?
As far as the attorneys.
Yes. You were answering some questions and it looked like you were upset in some
Oh,
way.
yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Who was asking you the questions?
Mr. Osborne.
And was Mr. Foreman present at that deposition?
Yes, sir.
He saw the whole thing?
Yes, sir.
I have to ask you for the record, I'm afraid. Are you a biological female, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had a sex change operation?
That's right.
How did you feel when you learned that these posts were out there?
Okay. I didn't watch the whole entire video, but did AFROMAN say she wasn't a biological female? I heard him talking about her deep voice and that she may prefer women. That's what I got out of it, but we fast forwarded through a little bit of it. Those are bold questions, but I guess after the judge's little speech, the plaintiff's attorney is like, well, I mean, now the jury knows that if what AFROMAN said was true, it's not defamation. And so I got to ask these questions now to show it's not true.
Humiliated.
You learned that these posts were out there.
Humiliated.
what reaction did you get from the community, if any?
Hollering names and the lieutenant looking low and been called a dyke and, you know, stuff, things like that.
Has anyone ever asked you or your family since these posts came out if you've had a sex change operation?
There was a phone call.
Can you tell us about that?
Your Honor, I will object to any hearsay that she would not have heard personally. What her family would have heard, they could be called to testify directly. But anything she testifies in that manner would be hearsay.
Fair enough, set the foundation better. Sustain.
Thank you, Judge. You mentioned a phone call.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive the phone call?
No, sir, I didn't.
Who did?
My daughter did.
And did your daughter, then, without telling us what the content was, did your daughter tell you what the content was?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what effect that had on you hearing what your daughter asked you?
To see that she's going through humiliation is something that she has no control of because of my job, because of the choice I made to be in law enforcement and try to do my job. And now she's being punished, and I'm watching her being punished, and it hurts.
So, Your Honor, my asking this witness the content of the statement would be not for the truth of the matter, but for the effect on the witness.
Your Honor, we'd ask for a limiting instruction to be given to that effect.
It's like law school 101. Hearsay statements tend to not be reliable because you want the person who made the statement to be in here to tell you what they said. So hearsay objection, true, but she can testify, and I'm going to allow her to say how I was impacted by what I heard said. So it's not whether the statement was accurate that we care about. It's how she reacted to how it affected her. So that's why you're going to hear what was said, so you can understand the context in which she reacted. Not whether the statement is true, it's the reaction. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So my question will be, what was it that your daughter said this phone call was about?
If I had a sex change,
She got a phone call asking her if you had a sex change?
yes.
Did these posts that we've seen and talked about have any effect on your job as a deputy sheriff?
Yes, it has.
Tell us how.
I've always been a go-getter, and you know what I mean, as far as like I try to do my best to help people out. I feel like I go out of my way. I mean, and what you're supposed to do is for doing your job. And then I sit back and, you know, try to do the best I can do. And you have people hollering at you. And same things like being a thief, having a sex change, prove I have to have a vagina. I mean, do I have a vagina? And then, you know, you see these images, you see the videos, and it's consistent in my head. I mean, like I was eating his, pardon my language, his wife's pussy, and those kind of things. I don't know how to count because that's all I do is lick pussy. I mean, it's honestly just put me in a dark hole. I never went to this job for this.
I get it. I mean, I can see that she could be in a dark hole, but I'm just going to toss this out there. Okay. She does have a very deep voice. If I was to speak to this person on the phone, I would probably think it was a man. And I can't imagine that this is the first time that this has come up. So, but now that so much more attention is being brought to it by a trial that is being broadcast now worldwide, sometimes if you ignore things, they'll go away. And yes, do I feel bad for her children? Of course. I hate anybody who comes after the children, and I feel bad because kids are mean to each other. They're just mean to each other. It's a fact. It's horrible. Kids are not plaintiffs here. I could see how this would hurt her. But does it cross the line into being able to recover millions of dollars? That's something for the jury. Oh, she did say in her deposition it's something that's always happened to her. Okay, thank you, Mama Deadhead.
You know, it's not like somebody cussing you. You know what I mean? It stops. I've been on calls. I've been cussed. I've had things said to me about my voice that I can't change.
This is the plaintiff, Deputy Sheriff Lisa Phillips, Jersey Tomato. It's scrolling along the bottom of your screen. The font might be too small on your phone if that's where you're watching it. But typically, if you come into my show, I will have it scrolling along the bottom of the screen when I remember to change it.
It's never went this far. I've never had to deal with somebody thinking it's hilarious to make videos of me, to throw me on the bed and act as he's having sex with me.
Hold on. It's always happened to me. Hold on.
You know, it's not like somebody cussing you. You know, it stops. I've done calls. I've been cussed. I've had things said to me about my voice that I can't change. It's never went this far. I've never had to deal with somebody thinking it's hilarious to make videos of me, to throw me on the bed and act as he's having sex with me. And I'm really ashamed. I'm ashamed that his kids had to see that in the courtroom yesterday.
Lisa, did you ask Mr. Foreman in some way to stop these posts and take them down?
Yes, sir. Through.
Have they been taken down?
Yes, sir.
The video we saw yesterday, I'm not sure if we made that clear yesterday. The video we saw yesterday at the end of the day, when was that posted?
Last week.
Just last week?
Yeah. Within the weekend, 1 week.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Right, cross-examination. Thank you, Mr.
Lisa, before I start our cross-examination, you want to take a minute?
No.
You know I'm going to have to ask you a lot of hard questions.
No point.
At any time during my questions, you want to stop, take a break, you let us know, we're going to give you a break. Okay?
No, we'll decide if we take a break. Thanks for being human. But we got a schedule to get done. I'm watching.
The judge inserts himself so much. The defense attorney is trying to show some compassion for this witness in case she needs a break and wants to collect herself. And the judge is like, no, I'll decide when we're going to have a break.
But that's my call, not yours. Thank you.
So extra. Oh, gnarly, Mr. Hand.
So in October of 2022, you were employed with the Adams County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, it was.
You've been an officer for over 21 years?
Yes.
You've not been a school resource officer since 2015?
It's been a few years. I don't know the exact date.
It was before 2022, though, correct? And when you're out performing your duties, everybody can see you, see what you're doing?
Yes.
Have you testified in this courtroom before?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified in this courtroom in a civil case?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned that before you were out on your job duties, before people have called you derogatory names,
Yes, they have.
and those were members of the public,
Yes.
and some, it's fair to say some of those names were not defined.
No, no, sir.
You were born with a deep voice?
Yeah, I didn't have any surgery or anything.
I didn't know if it was an accident that caused it.
No.
So you went through school with this deep voice,
Sure did.
picked on by your peers?
Well, yeah.
Fair to say you were called derogatory names by your peers?
I have.
See, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. I hadn't watched this yet, but he's going to show she's had this deep voice for her whole entire life. She's been picked on about it her whole entire life. And so this is not something new. And how did this add to the stress that she was already having from being constantly picked on for this her whole entire life? Same way we saw Mr. Osborne cross-examine Newland about his brother actually being a convicted pedo. Maybe that's why young girls aren't allowed to sleep over your house, sir. Not because of what AFROMAN did.
Do you read and believe everything you see on the internet?
No, I don't.
Do you believe everything you see or read the newspaper?
No, I don't.
And this is great. And he does this with every plaintiff. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No, I don't. Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper? No, I don't. Okay, so why do you think everyone else is going to? See how he's attacking their damages?
When we listen to a song, do you believe everything in it?
No, I don't.
Would it be fair to say that songs are either opinions or exaggerations for entertainment?
Yeah, humiliation.
You would agree that everybody's idea of entertainment is not the same?
Obviously.
I'd say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. You would agree that there's some songs that use harsh and derogatory language to make their point?
Yes.
You would agree that when someone says or calls someone a dirty defense attorney, that's really not an accusation that they're a dirty person that didn't take a shower? It's more an opinion.
Yes, sir.
Same with crooked cops. It's an opinion. They're not saying they're crooked and like a stick.
It's opinion.
There's a question about false light. Can you tell me what false light means?
I mean, did he just get her to say it's opinion? So if it's opinion, it's not defamatory, right? But again.
They're not saying they're crooked and like a. Same with crooked cops. It's an opinion. They're not saying they're crooked and like a stick.
It's opinion.
Saying you're a crooked cop, it's an opinion. He's turning all the plaintiffs
There's
around.
a question about false light. Can you tell me what false light means?
As far as I mean, put me out there, put stuff in there that, it's not true. I mean, the humiliation that I've had to go through.
So I'm going to have to ask a more difficult question. What specific statements, and let's take one time, would put you in a false light? Does calling you Mona Lisa put you in a false light?
I mean, my head's put on her body and, things like that. Does it bother me? Yeah, it bothers me.
So you're saying that paints you in a false light?
But it doesn't, it's not like what the rest of the stuff.
So it's different than the others?
Yes, sir.
And is that a private matter in your life?
What do you mean by private matter?
Is it a private matter whether you have a deep voice or not?
I mean, it's not private. I mean, I have a deep voice. I was born this way.
Right.
So then am I getting straight then that it's not that it's placing you in a false light because it's the first time you've been questioned about your voice or anything to that effect. It is more the amount of questioning that has been done in the viral nature of it.
It's what was put out there. It was me being called a thief. Me saying that I didn't prove I have a vagina. That I eat his wife's pussy. And all the other songs that go along with it. That I have to sit up here like I'm weak to my county and the news be here because I'm mostly a mess because of him.
But you also chose to file a lawsuit to make it public. And you're suing for all of the profits AFROMAN made on these videos going viral and and the merch. And so you're drawing more attention to it because you chose to be here to get up on the stand and testify, right?
This may sound stupid, but is being a homosexual a crime in this country?
I'm not having a discussion about crimes. I'm having a discussion about, I'm a female. So that's how I feel about that.
I have to ask these questions then.
Go ahead.
Is being a homosexual in the United States a crime?
No.
Is cross-dressing a crime in the United States?
No.
So it's a fair statement that if I put on a dress, I couldn't be arrested?
No.
No, I could be arrested, yes.
I said no. Go ahead.
You would agree that the song that Mr. Klingler referred to is a song in a music video?
Which song are you talking about?
The one that Mr. Klingler played.
Yes.
You would agree as such, no one would take it seriously because it is a song?
I don't know that. I can't answer for somebody else.
Let's switch gears. You were present for the search of Mr. Foreman's house, correct?
Yes.
And as part of that search, you guarded some of the perimeter, correct?
Yes.
And you had an assault rifle with you, correct?
Yes.
Body armor, correct?
Yes.
And you were still outside when Mr. Foreman's kids arrived in the car, correct?
Yes.
The kids would have saw you. You talked to Ms. Foreman about it?
I went over and talked to him. Yes, I did. And when she took him home.
You still have your rifle with you?
Did I still have it on me? No. I went and laid it down in the yard.
It takes time for the closed captions to populate. I'll boost it a little bit more because he did step away from the mic.
And during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, were you made aware of the security system?
Yes, I was.
Did Randy Walters order you to disconnect it?
Do I need to answer this? I mean, it pertains to the search warrant. I'm not right here on the search warrant. Right?
Come to screen for a second. Watch AFROMAN nod his head when this cop says, do I have to answer that? It has to do with the search warrant because they've been sitting there, the plaintiffs, the whole time. And this judge told the jury in the beginning, you're not here to decide whether or not the search warrant was valid. We've already decided that it was. And remember, these are cops. They testify all the time, but this time she's testifying in her own case. But just come back and look at AFROMAN nodding his head like, yeah, you got to answer it.
And during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, were you made aware of the security system?
Yes, I was.
Did Randy Walters order you to disconnect it?
Do I need to answer this? I mean, it pertains to the search warrant. I'm not right here on the search warrant, right?
The lawyer's case. You have an objection?
I have no objection to your answering that.
Go ahead.
Unless there's some policy I'm not aware of, but I'm not aware of it.
I can put some context into the record for the question.
The question is whether she was directed to. That's the question on the floor.
So I'll re-ask it. Lisa, were you directed to disconnect the security camera footage at Mr. Foreman's residence by Randy Walters?
Yes, sir.
And you did disconnect that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And the security camera system was left at the scene?
When I found out after later on that it was left, I wasn't responsible for gathering everything up.
So she just admitted that she is the one who did disconnect the security cameras. That is one of the things that he keeps repeating about her in his videos and his posts, and that is actually true.
So if someone says you were disconnecting the security camera system, that would be a very true statement.
Yes, there's a difference between disconnecting and destroying somebody's property.
And you were not disciplined as a result of anything that has been posted about you?
I haven't done nothing wrong to be disciplined.
So no disciplines in your file at all?
No, sir.
Nothing in relation to the search, nothing in relation to anything posted?
I don't have nothing in my file.
Have you ever been passed over for promotion because of what was said about you?
No.
Now, don't get confused. This did not take place in the 2000s, Tammy. This raid was in August of 2022. AFROMAN got famous in the year 2000 for his Because I Got High song that went viral, but this raid happened 3 years ago.
Were you ever interviewed by any of the local newspapers about anything that was said about you?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Did you ever go and ask to be interviewed to tell them your side of the story?
No, sir, because I don't play a role in their media comedy situations that they have. The false information that they put in the news and this and that and the other, because they only know one side of the story.
The search took place on August of
Media only gets one side of the story. Well, we know that to be true.
2022. This lawsuit was filed in 2023. Between the time the search was done and the lawsuit was filed, when did you send a cease and desist letter to Mr. Foreman to stop posting things about you?
I didn't.
So
It went through our attorney and it went to you by email. Then you stated that you would take it down. I just want to make sure that was all out there too.
So the request was after the lawsuit was filed?
Yes.
And the request was to me?
Yes, it was by email.
And I was the third attorney on this case?
I don't know what order it was in as far as attorney. I do know that you got the email. and that you stated you'd have it taken down.
Okay, this plaintiff's attorney is the third attorney on this case. That's interesting because it's a tough case to win. Maybe one attorney took it thinking he'd get an easy payday and a quick payout from AFROMAN, just like people keep suing Cardi B for things, thinking that celebrities are just going to quickly pay out and it'll be an easy payday because, you know, plaintiff's attorneys don't get paid unless they settle a case or it's a recoverable verdict or judgment. And so this plaintiff's attorney is the third one. Interesting. And she's trying to say, well, yeah, my attorney sent you a cease and desist and you said you would take it down or your client would take it down and he didn't.
And your attorney told you that?
I seen it, the email.
And you still eat out in the community? Still go to the Mexican restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Still have peaceful meals?
I lost some money all over.
Is that Officer Poundcake unwrapping his candy in the mic? I think it is. We need to get to that next. All right. So let's fast forward a little bit because I think we've gotten the gist of how Officer Lisa Phillips felt about those videos and how they made her sad, even though she may have been ridiculed for that voice for her entire life. I think this is one of the Cooleys. All right, hold on.
As a young child.
And where do you
Right here. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? That is the issue. Shall answer unto God.
I did.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Justin Cooley.
And Mr. Cooley, where do you live?
I live in Adams County for now.
How long have you been a resident of Adams County?
I believe the 5th grade. I moved here as a young child.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm not currently employed. I'm temporarily living off some savings I had while I seek mental health treatment.
Okay. And just to back up a moment, you were a Adams County deputy sheriff at some point.
I was at one time, yes, sir.
And can you tell us when that was?
I can't give you dates. I'm sorry. I was a police officer for approximately 10 years. I spent 5 of which out of state, another 5 with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Which state were you in?
Kentucky.
And then you came to Adams County?
I was from Adams County originally.
I mean, to work?
Yeah. I was graduated from the Christian school and joined the Army. Later on, I went to Afghanistan. When I came home, there was a job opening at the Maysville Police Department. I could walk right in, a good job. So it was an open door. It was an economic decision. I made it.
Okay, so this is one of the Cooleys. There's 2 Cooleys and a Heine. Bump. And yeah, Cooley means Heine. That's what Italians call it. Bacia mi Cooley. Justin Cooley said he's taken some time off now for some mental health treatment. Is his mental health treatment regarded to this case? I need to know.
And your father was also an Adams County deputy sheriff?
Correct. Yes.
And he's in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Sean Cooley?
Yes.
So, Mr. Cooley, were you involved in this warrant execution on Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, sir.
And have you seen posts and videos
Yes, I have.
concerning this warrant execution?
Yes, I have.
Could we take a look at Exhibit 5? Okay, this is do you recognize this as a post you've seen before?
I've seen it before, yes, sir.
And do we have a date on that, Natalie? It looks like it was posted March 21st, 2023. Does that look correct?
Yes.
And let's take a look at its contents. Looks like it says, "Good morning, ladies. I want to thank everybody that bought the merchandise with the faces of the criminals camouflaged as law enforcement on them. These images taken from my home security camera will help expose the thieves and vandals disconnecting people's security camera, stealing their money, working for the Adams County Sheriff Department. The proceeds helped me fix the damage these burglars and vandals sarcastically and arrogantly refused to repair. The proceeds will also go to help fight American systemic racism in the justice system and the criminals camouflaged as law enforcement officers. Order your merch now from www.afroman.com. Check out the album on the pound cake." Did you receive any responses at all, reactions from the community when this post came out?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this post. This post actually does not identify a single person. It actually doesn't even have the context and tell us which officer it's referring to. In a defamation case, you cannot use evidence of a general reference to an unidentified, especially an organization. A government organization cannot be defamed by law. Such, I would object to this at this time because there is no link between that question and this post.
Can we see the entire picture, please?
So you can see the woman in this picture is holding up an AFROMAN t-shirt that has 3 officers' pictures and it looks like a bundt cake. Looks like a lemon bundt cake. Hold on. Is one of these officers him? Hard to tell. There's Peter Griffin on there, and I think it's 3 versions of Officer Pound Cake that we're going to see testify sometime after this. But I don't think any of those pictures are of this witness, Justin Cooley. But AFROMAN did say he would sign all the merch that people bought that day, and he did. It's Peter Griffin. Peter Griffin. And he was trying to make money to fix the damages to his gate, his door, and his house.
Context gives meaning, and there is context to identify as a group. So I'll allow the exhibit. I understand your objection.
No, defamation needs to be specific to the person, not the general group, because a reasonable person reading this post would have no idea who he's talking about outside of maybe the however many square miles of Adams County. This judge, I'm not really a huge fan of this judge, let's just say.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I've asked this question. You've seen this, you saw this post at about the time it came out, is that right?
Around the time it came out, yes, sir.
Let's take a look at the next, at Exhibit 4, actually. I'm going to ask you for my own sake to blow it up just a little bit because I'm having trouble reading it. Thank you.
Again, I'm going to read this to you. Okay. This is 152 weeks ago as of the printing of this post by OG AFROMAN. Essentially, a racist judge signed a fictitious false warrant, lying on the warrant, accusing me of kidnapping and drug trafficking. The warrant put the Adams County Sheriff in a position to attempt to kill me. After Adams County Sheriff burglarized and vandalized and destroyed my property, they became thieves and stole my money. After they stole my money, they became criminals. After they became criminals, they lost their right of privacy. My house is my property. My video camera, move on,
okay,
films everything on my property.
I...
Again, this is not specific to this plaintiff. And the judge should not be allowing this in while this plaintiff is on the stand because none of these guys are named. It's just generally the Adams County Sheriff. I mean, he's calling out the judge for being racist. It's not this judge particularly. But that judge isn't suing him.
Don't need to read, but after the Adams County Sheriff burglarized, vandalized, and destroyed my property, they became thieves and stole my money. After they stole my money, they became criminals. After they became criminals, they lost their right of privacy. my house is my property, my video camera films, everything on my property. As they begin stealing my money, disconnecting, plus destroying my video camera system, they became my property, exclamation mark. Criminals caught in the act of vandalizing and stealing money. My video footage is my property. I used it to identify the criminals who broke into my house and stole my money. Jumping down here, I used my footage of my property to raise money to pay for the damages they had done and to identify the criminals operating inside the sheriff department that stole my money, ransacked my house and disconnected my video cameras, not knowing who the criminals were operating in the Adams County Sheriff's Department. I gave them humorous nicknames.
Again, what part of this post is untrue? Truth is a complete defense to defamation. Okay. They did disconnect his security system. They did take his money. He was $400 short when they returned it to him yesterday or the day before, whatever the last stream I did on this part one, was all about miscounting of the money. They tried to make a lot of excuses for it. He gave them humorous nicknames. He is a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen. None of this is untrue. And none of this names Justin Cooley.
A law-abiding, tax-paying citizens who was violated by criminals camouflaged by law enforcement. I used my property / my video footage to make up for damages and to make the public aware of criminals disguised as law enforcement, stealing money and disconnecting cameras. And now, yeah, I won't even read the rest. It's there for the. Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman? No. Have you stolen money from anybody?
No. Your Honor, I'm going to do the same objection on this exhibit. This exhibit is even worse than the last, as it has no context for who anybody is, and it talks about the organization in general. As such, a government organization cannot be defamed, nor can the officers have said organization bring a claim, claiming that they were defamed through the department. As such, this is a completely inappropriate post because it doesn't identify any person nor signal out a defaming statement under the law.
Again, the judge, the context of this case and these exhibits and some more we're about to see makes it clear that the deputies who participated in this warrant execution are the deputies that are being called thieves and criminals.
Your Honor, it requires context. So it's referring to the Adams County Sheriff's Department. When all the officers were running for election, at that time, they said there was over 50 people working for the Adams County Sheriff's Department. We have 7 here. There is no way that a normal person reading this in the context of just this article, recommended by sheriff, could determine who these people were from that post. That post is not relevant in this, and it is not even proper defamatory evidence because it does not identify anyone readily in this case.
Taken in its abstract isolation, I would agree with you, but in the context of the trial, clearly it does identify this class of people.
No. That's not how it works. It's not a cumulative effect. You have to show each individual defamatory statement and how it hurt you. Come on, man.
These plaintiffs is not a sheriff's deputy. That's their occupation. They filed suit as individuals. So it's not the right argument to make that they can't file suit. They can as individuals. They don't surrender their rights just because of their employment. I understand your argument, but this is not a sheriff as a public official and deputies as deputies bringing the action. They have private claims.
Their private claims, though, would not extend through claiming that they were defamed by a statement to the sheriff's office about the sheriff's office being crooked. That is not a defamatory statement aimed at them. That's a defamatory statement aimed at the organization itself.
The fact that your client misrepresented, sued by sheriffs. In fact, he wasn't sued by sheriffs. He was sued by individuals. So overrule the objection. We can get on with the testimony. You got a good record for appeal. That's what we're here for. Go ahead.
Judge, could we take a look at Exhibit 6, please?
Now he knows what the judge is going to allow him to do. And so he's just going to keep doing it, the plaintiff's lawyer. And again, this post is about Judge Roy Droopy Gabbert. Got a picture of the judge and a picture of Droopy Dog, the character Droopy Dog from the old cartoons. And this post is all about the judge, not about this witness. But the judge is not a plaintiff here. The judge didn't sue. All in front of the jury.
down a little bit.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the whole thing be read in the record so it's completely as part of the record, especially given this post and its questionable nature as relevance.
Glad to do it.
I guess if you don't do it, he's allowed to do it for us.
Yeah, all right.
Here, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. All right, let's take a look. Natalie, can we see the date on this for context before we go on? March, Mr. Cooley, the date on this post appears to be March 24th, 2023. Did you see this post sometime after that date?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's read the whole thing here.
Your Honor, for the record, what exhibit is this?
This is, what is it, Natalie?
This is 6.
This is 6. We just had exhibit 6 with the last one.
I'm going to read it because he's too slow and he's annoying me. Judge Roy Droopy Gabbard is the judge that signed the fictitious kidnapping warrant that green-lighted the criminals operating inside of the Adams County Sheriff Department to attempt to kill me in front of my kids. They came in with assault weapons, banged the door down with a battering ram after, I don't know if they drove through his gate or what they did, but something similar to like that. Greenlighted the criminals operating inside of the Adams County Sheriff Department to attempt to kill me in front of my kids, steal my money, disconnect my cameras, then sue me for humiliating them by being peaceful, positive, being a sport, and writing comical songs about the people who came to kill me in front of my children. This judge that tried to have me killed in front of my kids is suing me because when I post a picture of him next to Droopy, it humiliates him. He can't take the ridicule he's getting, except for the judge is not a plaintiff here. All right. Let's keep going.
Exhibit 4 was the last one.
So we had exhibit 4, then or exhibit 5, then exhibit 4, and now exhibit 6.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree. Go ahead.
Let's just fast forward through this a little bit
Came to kill me in front of my children.
till there's a question. Because, again, AFROMAN was not home when they came to execute this warrant, but his ex-wife either was there or she came after and did videotape some of it herself.
I'm sorry, let's check the date again if we can.
The accuracy, falsity, privileges to that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Let's take a look at Exhibit 7. And I would normally not read the whole thing, but if you would like me to, I will, Mr. Osborne.
Just pick your part if you want to do it all.
All right,
put it
good
in.
enough.
I'll read it all. My post, and this is all caps, my post on my page is damaging to their reputation plus careers. Deputies say my posts are putting their lives in danger. Well, I apologize for using free speech on my personal pages after you stole $400 from me and tampered with evidence, disconnecting my camera. I hope my posts don't ruin your reputation like you tried to ruin mine by falsely accusing me of kidnapping. I hope my posts and jokes don't put your lives in danger like your assault rifles put my life in danger in front of my kids. I'm sorry your spouses are getting harassed. At least your spouses don't have to watch people run around your house.
So I'm sorry, let's check the date again if we can.
Run around your house with assault rifles, stealing money, disconnecting cameras. Again, has nothing to do with this witness. He's one of the group, but it doesn't name him. A reasonable person reading this post would not know that this refers to Justin Cooley, who's the plaintiff who's on the stand as we speak.
This appears to be posted on April 5th, 2023. Mr. Cooley, did you see this post sometime on or after?
And again, it doesn't matter. How does that damage him? Going to go a little bit further. This post by OG AFROMAN helped me identify the man or person who tore up my yard, demolishing my mailbox, and kept going. This is their truck. No need to call the Adams County Sheriff's Department. All they do is take 3 days to take a report, come out here, try to kill me, disconnect my cameras, and steal my money. Hell, the man who was driving this truck was probably an off-duty Adams County Sheriff deputy. This happened yesterday, April 8th at 11:26 a.m. Yeah, I want to see AFROMAN on the stand, and I want to see the pound cake guy. So we're just going to, this is just, in my opinion, shouldn't even be allowed into this trial. Because many of you know this case is over already, but we wanted to just catch up on it because I got so excited about it yesterday. I thought we'd have at least another 2 days to cover it. All right, new guy on the stand. Who dis?
4 years.
What's your current position with that office?
Road patrol supervisor.
Are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office.
All right, we got to keep modulating the volume because I don't think he's going to need a booster. He's not going to need a booster seat either. He looks pretty tall. Okay. Let's go back to unboosting.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the issue. So answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael ESTEP.
And Ms. Reestack, how are you currently employed?
Michael ESTEP, what's the vote? Do we need to watch his testimony? I'm going to get to the pound cake guy because they do play the whole pound cake video. Well, we might as well watch some surveillance video here. Hold on. You want to watch this one? Okay, we'll watch this one. Deputy dog. All right, so this is Plaintiff Michael ESTEP. He's combative. Okay, good. Other guy was a big nothing. All right, here we go.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? That's the issue. So answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael ESTEP.
And Ms. Reestack, how are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Over 24 years.
What's your current position with that office?
Road Patrol Supervisor.
How did you get started in law enforcement?
Through the fire service. Actually, some friends in law enforcement were in the fire service and kind of hung out with them. And that's how I began to take an interest in law enforcement.
You live here in Adams County?
I do.
How long have you been in Adams County?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
I do.
You married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
The children go to school here, did they?
Yes.
You were part of the team that executed the search warrant on Mr. Foreman's home, is that right?
Yes.
Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman's home?
No.
We've seen, you've been here the whole trial so far, the last day and a half, right?
Yes.
You've seen all the exhibits?
Yes.
You saw the exhibits that were just shown to Justin Cooley?
Yes.
Did the posts that we've been talking about here in this trial have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at us and say, well, you done it to AFROMAN, they get by with it, they can do it to us.
Did you ever receive any calls having?
I'm sorry, what?
Not directly.
I'm sorry, what? He recently went to execute a warrant and somebody mentioned AFROMAN's rights being violated. Hold on a second. Okay, and that hurt your feelings? Hold on.
Have any effect on you? We've been talking about here in this trial. Have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at us and say, well, you done it to AFROMAN, they get by with it, they can do it to us.
Wow. So AFROMAN called you out on your potential corruption. And now because some locals are aware of it and they called you out on it, and that exactly affects you. If you have that thin of skin, perhaps you should not be in law enforcement. I'm just suggesting. And if you didn't want to bring attention to this, maybe you shouldn't have brought a lawsuit against him because your feelings got hurt because somebody who you were executing a warrant about, right? The homeowner says, am I the next AFROMAN? And that's how it's affected you? All right, go on with your bad self.
Did you ever receive any calls having to do with this case?
Not directly.
Are you aware of calls that were received by dispatch?
Lots of them.
Tell us about that.
My daughter actually works in the dispatch center, along with all the dispatchers that I'm very familiar with, that I work with as co-workers on a day-to-day basis, called and anything from why did you do this to why did you tear down the door? Why don't you pay the guy back? You guys are thieves, and on and on and on.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. He was not there. He did not have the phone calls. He's hearing them actually third hand, the way he's describing it.
That's right.
He's hearing them from the idea of, from the dispatchers telling him what another person said. So hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
What's the purpose?
The purpose, Judge, is to, my next question was going to be, what effect hearing about these calls to dispatch had on Mr. ESTEP?
Wait. Just for the jury's benefit, if the content of the calls was an important issue, then we wouldn't let it come in. The speaker here would have testified. But the nature of the call and how it affected him is probative, relevant in this case. So the general description of the calls in the context of how it affected him is the reason you're allowed to hear it, not the accuracy of the call, but the effect on the person. Something else?
Again, he's trying to give the jury a definition of hearsay, which is completely incorrect. So wait a second. So the dispatch told you something that a caller allegedly said. And so what the dispatch officer told someone else who told you, how that affected you is relevant. How? This is why we have rules of evidence and rules of trial procedure and what's allowed in, what's not allowed in. Anybody ever played the game telephone when you're a kid? And the first person whispers something into someone else's ear, and then that person whispers it to the next person, and then it gets to the 10th person, and then by the 10th person, it's completely different from what the first person said. Listen to the judge's explanation of this again. Mr. Osborne is right on with his objection on hearsay, double, triple hearsay, because I want to hear what the witness said again. Somebody told me that somebody told them that I was a thief, and why don't you pay him back for his door? Yeah, exactly.
Actually works in the dispatch center.
Dispatch?
Lots of them.
Tell us about that.
My daughter actually works in the dispatch center, along with all the dispatchers that I'm very familiar with, that I work with as co-workers on a day-to-day basis, called and anything from why did you do this to why did you tear down the door? Why don't you pay the guy back? You guys are thieves, and on and on and on.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. He was not there. He did.
So his daughter works in the office. So a dispatch officer maybe got a call from a civilian or a resident. They got the dispatch call. The dispatcher told it to his daughter, and his daughter told it to her. Maybe. And where are those calls? Are those calls in evidence?
Did not have the phone calls. He's hearing them actually third hand, the way he's describing it. He's hearing them from the idea of, from the dispatchers telling him what another person said. So hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
What's the purpose?
The purpose, Judge, is to, my next question was going to be, what effect hearing about these calls to dispatch had on.
But there's no evidence that these calls really happened. Anybody who's watched this before, like yesterday, are they going to introduce these calls into evidence? So essentially, hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, right? These statements are being offered not only for their truth, that he's a thief and why didn't they pay him back for his door, but that they were actually said. So the calls are not brought in. Okay. So I agree, Lisa. I think the judge is trying to sway the jury in favor of the plaintiffs. And I think the defense attorney is doing a great job making a record, because look at the way he's sitting there now. He's like, I know how this is going to go. I know how this is going to go. AFROMAN's writing his next song. And I can't believe how empty the courtroom is. A lot of empty seats in there. A lot of people didn't know this was happening. By the time we got on it, it was already over. Well, not really, because we covered it St. Patrick's Day and then today. So if you do know the way this ends, please don't spoil it for those who don't.
Wait. Just for the jury's benefit,
just for the jury's benefit. Okay, now he's going to talk to the jury. He's going to perform for the jury. The judges.
Content of the calls was an important issue, then we wouldn't let it come in. The speaker here would have testified. But the nature of the call and how it affected him is probative, relevant in this case. So the general description of the calls in the context of how it affected him is the reason you're allowed to hear it, not the accuracy of the call.
The effect that it had on him, we don't even know if these calls really happened. We don't know if the calls really said what his daughter may have told him that they said. So what his daughter is telling him, these people said, how that affected him, it may not even be true. It may not even be true. Highly prejudicial. Somebody could have lied to him. AFROMAN said this about you. AFROMAN said that about you. And it may not be accurate. But the judge wants the jury to hear about how these potentially inaccurate statements, threats, digs, how they affected him, but the calls are not coming in, or maybe they don't even have the calls. It's just what his daughter told him, that a dispatcher told her that somebody called up and said about him. This is wild.
The effect on the person. Nothing else, Mr. Osborne?
No, thank you, Your Honor, just for the record.
No, your objection, thank you. Overruled. Go ahead.
Professor ESTEP, tell us what effect it had on you hearing about these calls that dispatch was receiving about this warrant execution.
It developed a serious concern of safety, not only to me, but the people working with me on those shifts of the days that I was working. Basically, overwhelming of calls that came through, and they were hard able to keep up with what we have going on in the services that we're providing with nonsense phone calls.
Are you aware of any effect that these?
Where's the danger, though? All you told us was that people called up saying, why didn't you pay AFROMAN back? Why are you stealing money? I didn't hear anybody threaten to kill you specifically or anything such as like that and your family. Like, this is so crazy.
That these posts had on the sheriff's website?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is beyond the scope and not even relevant to this. The Sheriff's Department is a government agency. You cannot defame a government agency. Okay, for the record.
Mr. ESTEP, did you, through your attorney, ask Mr. Foreman to take these posts down?
I did.
Have they been taken down to your knowledge?
No.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Charles.
So far, I haven't heard anything directed at him specifically.
Mr. ESTEP, do you mind if I call you Mike?
That's fine.
You've been an officer for a very long time, over 21 years.
Actually, 24 full-time years and over 38 and a half as a certified peace officer, state of Colorado.
And during that time, you've never hid your identity as an officer?
No.
Everybody seen you out in public?
Yes.
Seen you with your wife and kids?
Yes.
And your wife? Strike that question. And so you wear a uniform while you're on duty?
I do.
And you were a sheriff's deputy in 8, 21, and 22?
I was.
And people have criticized your duties before, correct?
Yes.
He's walking him right into his trap. You've been doing this job for 38 years? Before AFROMAN said one bad thing about you, in your opinion? Nobody's ever criticized you before? He's walking right into his trap. This cross is really good, says Jeff. Okay, is the volume better now?
And you've been called a lot of names by people in 24 years, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Things worse than a thief, correct?
Name-wise, but not, not as detrimental how people look at you. I mean, you're saying, people calling you names directly, but not put out there to be detrimental in something that is criminally related.
So people have come up to you and asked you if you're a thief.
I've had phone calls and I've had it happen.
When was the first time that happened? To you personally during your career?
In my entire career,
Yes.
I never had anything until this came about.
You never had anybody
Not
ask you
told me.
about being a thief and
No.
when your wife was charged with theft?
No.
When your wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer?
Objection,
Tell
Judge.
me why you would do that to the jury.
Your Honor,
Why
I would
would
ask
you do that
this.
to the jury?
His wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer. And the first plaintiff's testimony elicited that his brother had been a chief of police, who was convicted of sex crimes against children. And this guy's wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer. So there's a lot of cops in this county that seem to have spouses or siblings with some pretty serious felonies against them. The wife stole 28 grand. Okay, hold on. Let's get to more. Let's hear that one more time. Nobody ever called me a thief before. Oh, really? Oh, really? How about this?
Entire career,
Yes.
I never had anything until this came about.
You never had anybody
Not
ask you
told me.
about being a thief and
No.
your wife was charged with theft?
No.
When your wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer?
Objection,
Tell
Judge.
me why you would do that to the jury.
Your Honor,
Why
I would
would you
ask
do that
this.
to the jury?
Your Honor, I'm asking a question that builds on his reputation. He says he's never been called a thief before, yet he keeps saying that everybody treats him differently. This goes to his reputation. He is used to this. This has happened before. To say that this is the only thing causing the problem has ever hurt his reputation, he's opening up the door so that I can ask the question about what's affecting his reputation.
Thank you. Mr. Klinger?
We're not gonna, I assume, have a trial about every family member and what every family member of these plaintiffs might have done in their lives. This is a case about these deputies and about Mr. ESTEP. It's not about his wife. It's not about his family. We're not gonna try a case here about what somebody else might or might have done, whether they might or might have not been guilty. It's about what he experienced as a result of these.
And how it affected his reputation, which is exactly at issue. He is talking about his reputation, how it's been affected. He's opened it up. Your reputation is your entire life. Everything you do in the community, your family affects your reputation. You can't say that you have. If my brother gets in
This
trouble,
case is
people ask
about
me about
what, this case is about what he did to his reputation, not about what.
what was his
did.
reputation like before this started then?
So I let you play this out in front of the jury so they can understand how to separate the evidence. There's no claims here for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen, for family member injuries. Okay? But how family members' reactions to the claims affect a person's relevant. So you get to hear that my daughter was upset when I was called a derogatory term for the benefit, for the relevance of how it hits me. Right? Now, take that to this step. If we allow, and we will, testimony about the wife's prior experience, it only goes not to the character of that person, but how it affects the witness. So like, we're not here to try to decide whether or not the spouse has a character flaw or not, but how the whole thief reference should play into his claim for damages, right? Their law school example and arguing with each other is what lawyers do, but you need to understand how to see it. So I'm going to allow this so you can see how it does or does not affect him alone. Just don't get caught up that your spouse's character is your character, because it's not. Enough said, overrule the objection, and then you can renew them as you feel appropriate.
What is happening? This is not a high school mock trial competition, Your Honor. I've never seen this done in front of a jury before. You guys are telling me that he handled some other cases that you saw, Pike County murders or something that I didn't cover, that this judge does this all the time. Chaka is in the corner now because we're in the land of the lost. He's telling the jury how to see the evidence and why he's going to allow it. And we normally don't hear about these types of discussions because they are normally held outside the presence of the jury. The jury is either excused or they're done at sidebar. But he just testified about phone calls. Such a great appellate record being made, in my opinion. Although, I don't know, is Ohio like the upside down, inside out Narnia? The way nothing, the Pike County case was with this judge. Thank you, Jeff. He has a long history of complaints, says in Lemonade. Okay, now the jury is fully schooled.
Oh, re-ask the question.
I'm going to let you hear this, and here's why.
Then re-asked it because he shouldn't have.
Okay. So restate the question, Mr. Easton. Your wife did steal from her employer, correct?
Yes.
And it was a felony sum of money, correct?
Yes.
Which is over $1,000.
Yes.
And you were part of the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have any contact with the money?
I noticed money in a coat pocket and I pointed it out to Detective Newland.
And is that the money that Mr. Newland testified earlier that was upstairs?
That should have been some of it, yes. I didn't do the collection of it.
You just pointed it out in the pocket?
Yes.
Another officer took it out of the pocket?
I assume.
Okay. Do you remember which officer you pointed it out?
I told him Detective Noodle.
You realize that during that search, everything you said was captured on your body cam?
Absolutely.
Did you ever make derogatory remarks during the search warrant about Mr. Foreman?
Not that I can recall.
Let me lay the foundation first. Mr. ESTEP, on October 21st, 2022, did you have body cam on during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
Was that body cam active the entire time?
Yes.
Does it have audio and video recording capabilities? If I show you a clip of that body cam, can you
Sure.
identify it?
Sure.
But for the benefit of the record, this would be marked Defense Exhibit B. And for the sake of the record, the file would be ACSO3_OK0019_21252.mp4. This is a clip of that file.
Is there a way to note what portions or time or clock?
Uh,
Or when you plug it in, there's a clock time.
It should have the date, time, and the timestamp it goes through.
So the court gives you know that you didn't play the whole thing, you just played X amount of time.
Yes, Your
That's what I'm
Honor.
looking for.
As there's over 8 hours of body cam footage, we
Yeah,
have to.
we just have to make a note. Tell me where you're starting it, when you're starting the time clock.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be marked body cam in the upper.
Okay. Okay. If you want to come to your TV or your screen and pull over or whatever safely, if you can do so, you're going to get to see some of the body cam footage now. There's 8 hours of body cam footage. And I don't know if anybody's ever had their property searched and seen it all on camera, but this is a very, I imagine that AFROMAN felt very violated what was done to him. It turned out there were no charges. It was a bogus tip that they got about alleged kidnapping, drug trafficking, and other things. And they were in there for over 8 hours. Okay, here we go.
Left-hand corner, in the bottom left-hand corner, it has 8/21/2022. Sorry, 8/21/2022, starting at 20:56:02.
That's where you start playing it.
Actually, Your Honor, it would be starting at 20:56:00.
Thank you.
Mr. ESTEP, I'm going to ask you a few questions before I play this. Can you see what's been marked Exhibit B?
Yes.
So when your body cam is recording, does it record in color?
Yes.
Does it also record black and white?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at this, does this appear, as you can recall it, to be the inside of Mr. Foreman's bedroom?
Yes.
And is the, did you have the date in the bottom corner of it?
Yes.
Is that the correct date for when you searched?
Yes.
So this would be a copy segment of your body cam taken that day?
Yes.
I love it now.
Interesting. Your Honor, that's your approach.
Doesn't have to do with.
It has to do with what I think might be coming up. I wasn't aware that this was going to be shown, but I'm concerned about something.
Sure. Stand up, don't leave, just stretch. In front of your chair.
Oh, he's actually going to do something at sidebar now and put on the sleep machine. Okay. He knows what's coming. The color on the walls is named weed green, says Mitchell. Yeah, that'd be homegrown. That'd be homegrown. I'm going to call it homegrown. How many people? I wonder if this paint color is going to be trending now in the green and white kitchen. There we go. They're looking for Polly Pocket again.
I'm not sure, but it seems to me this might be something where, do you have us?
Wait, so we are actually getting audio of the sidebar? This is wild. Okay, I'm here for it.
Just want to make sure we've had problems with that.
Where one of the detectives made some comment about Mr. Foreman. Is that correct?
Yes, you called him a sex addict.
Okay, well then that's where I'm afraid of. What the hell is the relevance of that?
I find it extremely relevant that your client wants to say he's called a thief. It's hurting his reputation, but he can sit here on a public body cam, a public record, and say defamatory things against my client, and it's not relevant. It's relevant.
Is it his body camera?
Yes, it is.
He didn't make the statement.
He makes the statement, yes.
This witness made a
Yes.
statement, or you said it's undetected?
I didn't know who it was.
Well, Mr. ESTEP, Sergeant ESTEP would be making the statement, yes.
How much farther beyond that are you going to go?
That's all I need is this statement. My thing is in my closing, I intend to argue that they have done very similar things that they are claiming hurt me. And let's face it, our court does.
This is public.
I get the argument.
This is-
Overrule the objection. Go play this.
Is that the only inflammatory thing on there?
Well, actually, there is others, yes.
What are you arguing?
So, now, let me grab the other one.
So just tell me right now.
Well, I need to read off of what it is, so I have notes on it, what it is.
That's on the same date.
No, I have each one individually, so
Oh, okay.
I do
Yeah,
it
go
like
get
that.
Go get that. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
This is the sidebar we're listening to.
So there is two other conversations between Mr.
I've put the patron saint of corrupt cops in place of Chaka up in the corner there for your viewing pleasure and for humor purposes.
ESTEP and Mr. Walters, so this witness and what would be an upcoming witness. And they talk specifically about...
Keep your voice down.
Oh, sorry. So one talks about Mr. ESTEP taking a tool and stealing it from the other officer, and then the other officer brings it up again, and they're talking about theft on a body cam, which is kind of no, between each other. They're talking about their
theft about somebody else.
A theft of... This would be Mr. ESTEP stealing from Mr. Walters.
No, it doesn't do with this case.
It has to do with honesty. Theft is an offense of honesty.
No, that's not. There's no evidence of the offense. It's an allegation.
It's an allegation by him in his own
I'm just
words.
telling you now.
Okay, can we note my objection for the record?
That's what we're doing.
What else?
There's no proof that he's a theft or it even occurred. It's one person saying you're a theft.
Yeah,
So
that's basically the entire
that
point of this
doesn't mean
case.
that's in character. It's like if you have a conviction for theft, I would agree with you. One person having an opinion doesn't make it attacking your character.
Then how are we having this case when there's an opinion based on the entire search of...
It was a whole different deal.
Yes.
Okay, so anyway, what else do you have?
This is all for this witness, as far as clips
Okay.
go. There is, of course, a image and stuff where he's called King Kong, or Colonel King Kong Bundy, which there's an
Your
image.
client's called.
Calls him that. Mr. ESTEP.
It's called your client.
Yeah.
No, I think the opposite.
I think, yeah, you have it
Mr.
backwards.
ESTEP that.
Yes. And so that's where I'm getting the basis. Is that a basis of his defamation that he was called
Okay,
Colonel
I
King Kong?
thank you. That's good. I would admit that.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I know, me too. I felt a little bit dirty. I felt like we were eavesdropping. I felt like we were being peeping Tomish on the sidebars. But apparently this witness, Michael ESTEP, is going to say some defamatory things about, let's just listen. Let's just keep listening. And admitting to theft, that he stole some of these tools. So he really is the thief. Truth is a complete defense to defamation, okay?
Just refresh, Mr. ESTEP, this is your body cam from that date time we talked about earlier?
It's a body cam. I mean, I can't identify the person. I mean, the number is, not sure.
When you say number, there is a number there? ACS?
Okay, yes,
So that is your body cam.
yes,
And this is a date 21/20.
yes.
All right, so you said you want to flip something? You're probably amazed. CDs.
I'm going to stop it for a second, just for the sake of context, as there is things happening sort of below the camera.
Were you searching through CDs
Yes,
and DVDs?
I looked at them and like really searched through them.
But that's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
I know, but I looked at stuff because that's some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just an addict when it comes to sex.
On your body cam during an official search, you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
Oh, he
I
did.
couldn't clarify her addict. I couldn't clarify.
Would you like me to replay?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mr. Biden,
the plaintiff's asking him to replay the part where he calls AFROMAN a sex addict. Oops. Thank you, Jeff.
turn up the volume. For the sake of the record, since this is roughly about a little under 3 minutes long, we're going to just back up and.
A lot of people are saying that at their own dispensaries, they do have lemon pound cake strain. Thanks, Gigi, for gifting 5 memberships. You're the greatest. I love you so much. Yeah, the bedspread had pot leaves all over it, right? Thanks, Gigi. We have a new tiny Jesus emoji. We may have to have a pot leaf emoji now. Do we have a little bit of room to move? Okay, here we go. Thank you, Scott McGinnis. Oh, Scott McGinnis, a month from now, you're going to get a new cupcake emoji
For
for...
the record, I'm going to start the playback at 33 seconds in.
I know, but I looked at stuff because that's some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just an addict when it comes to sex.
I heard it. He's just an addict when it comes to sex.
Mr. Yusef, do I need to play again?
I still can't decipher it. I mean,
Can
whatever.
we get the hearing aids from Mr. Yusef?
Can we get the hearing aids from Mr. ESTEP? It's a pot leaf with a big afro on it.
It could be good.
Tell me, Chad, is he going to show the search warrant? Is he going to put the search warrant up on the screen? Because I have it. We can look at it. If now's a good time, I'll pull it up now. But if he's going to show it, I'll just wait.
Can you hear me, Mr. Yusef? Is it too loud for you? For the sake of the record, I'll start at 31 seconds in.
Turn that down.
There's a dial on your
Center.
Yep. If you look at the bedspread, it has faces in the pot leaves too.
at 38 seconds in. After stop.
I know, but I looked at stuff because that's some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just an addict when it comes to sex.
Were you able to hear that time, Mr.
Yeah.
Yusef? Would you agree that you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
Yep.
And now the jury has heard it 3 times. Be in trouble. You've been here for us all this time, doing the Lord's work out there, buying exemplar Lexus taillights and smashing them in your house to make videos to show everybody how it didn't happen. So, of course, I'm here for you. Let's take a look at the search warrant, everyone. Isn't this fun? Every now and then we come across a trial like Cardi B, like Edric Faust, that we didn't know we were going to need until we needed it. Similar to this one. This is part 2. So if you guys missed part 1, you can go back and watch part 1 later, which has the opening statements on it and the first witness, Newland. Here's the search warrant. Interestingly enough, the search was done on August 21st of 2022, and this is date stamped August 23rd of 2022. As you notice from the stamp here in the upper left-hand corner. Adams County, Ohio. And reads as follows. This is the judge that he said looked like Dopey, right? Dopey, or was it Deputy Dog? I don't remember. State of Ohio, County of Adams, to any law enforcement officer of Adams County, Ohio, whereas there has been filed before me an affidavit demonstrating probable cause for a search to be made of Russellville Road, Winchester, Adams County, Ohio, being a single-family 2-story home with white siding, having green shutters and a green metal roof, with a covered front porch and a gravel driveway, having a large white metal pole barn-style structure with a green metal roof on the north side of the primary residence, with a wooden fence surrounding the property, and being the current residence of Joseph E. Foreman, to include any and all other outbuildings, storage containers, curtilage, vehicles, and or persons located on the property. Namely, and here's what they're looking for. Items of evidence. Let me get my red pen. Including, but not limited to, unknown quantity of marijuana, marijuana derivatives, and any and all other drugs of abuse, drug paraphernalia, including scales, packaging materials, and paraphernalia used for the sale and administration of said drugs, money obtained from the sale of illegal drugs, documentation regarding the sale of illegal drugs, as well as weapons used for the protection of the above, which are being concealed in violation of Ohio statutes, possession of drugs, trafficking in drugs, and kidnapping. Okay, where does it say above any, if they're looking for a kidnapping victim, they don't mention it in the warrant. Because I Got High, being his breakout hit 25 years ago, is an indication that he might be a pot smoker. At the time, pot was not legal in Ohio. I think it was only medicinal. But again, did he have a medical card? I don't know. But apparently, from what I hear from you guys locally, they got a tip from a not-so-confidential informant who called in and said that he had kidnapped a woman and was holding her in his basement, right? I didn't make that up, right? But when they describe his home with particularity, it doesn't say anything about the basement. It says it's a 2-story home. And then it says you're hereby commanded to search by any reasonable means necessary the above named person and or place for the property described, serving this warrant and making the search during the daytime or nighttime within 3 days from the issuance of this order. And if the property be found there, to seize it, leaving a copy of this warrant and a receipt for the property taken, and prepare a written inventory of the property seized and return this warrant to the Adams County Court of Adams County, Ohio, upon execution. Furthermore, this search warrant may be executed without the statutory precondition for a non-consensual entry. That's why they banged the door down with a battering ram. And this is signed by the judge that AFROMAN also made fun of. And it was signed at 6:55 p.m. on the 21st day of August. Hold, please. I don't know what time they busted his door down, but I thought it was in daylight. Was it at nighttime? But it was on the 21st, right? Something else that's kind of funny that I wanted to show you. As you know, this is Adams County, Ohio. And apparently, well, you know, I went to law school and college in Colorado, and there is also an Adams County in Colorado, and they've been receiving some calls, some phone calls about this case and some posts on their social media. And one of their spokespeople came out on the cesspool of Twitter and released a statement. And we need to look at it because we need a little comic break for a second. This is the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Colorado. Posted this at some point yesterday.
So some of you have heard, most of you haven't. Adams County Sheriff's Office in Ohio and AFROMAN are in litigation with each other. We know some of you have heard it though. So we want to provide you a quick geography lesson. We are the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Colorado.
He zooms in on a map of the United States with no names of states on it, just a blank map, zooms into Colorado, and it says, "This is us."
They are the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Ohio.
Yep, and then it zooms in on Ohio, and it says, "This is not us."
So before you start sending us messages, calling us, emailing us, DMing us, you may want to Google it.
You may want to Google it. How funny is this? Do you remember the other Twitter feed that we went over? And I can't remember the county that it was from, but it was so funny. It was a whole thread. It was during the blizzard. And they were telling, remind me, where that was, it in Kentucky? The social media team was reminding people to stop getting out there, banging up their cars. And then they said, "We're going to be called into HR. We're going to be called into HR. Wish us luck. We might not be here tomorrow." It was in Kentucky, right? It was hilarious. And this is a great way for police departments to get involved in social media. I think it's hilarious. How funny is that? I find it very amusing myself, but you know, that's just me. And listen, everyone's got a different sense of humor, right? Just like I didn't really think that Lisa, what do I want to call her? Lisa Loeb. That Lisa PHILLIPS video was amusing. Other people did find it amusing. All right, a little comedy break. Right, but the Colorado potheads understand this so well. That's right, Widget. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had friends when I lived in Colorado who had a grow operation in their basement. The lights, the hydroponics, the whole thing. And, you know, some people in college made money trimming, bagging, weighing. I mean, it was a thing. Colorado's been in on the pot culture scene since longer than I've been alive. More comedy to come. Oh, I can't wait. Here we go. Let's get back to the body cam. Yes, Gigi, we said that too. Thanks. The judge, I think the judge looks like Mr. Hand from Fast Times at Ridgemont Heights. Macaulay, yep, he's gonna order. We're gonna order a pizza. Except the trial's over. My husband knows who AFROMAN is. My name is Lisa. Changing my name. Thanks, Gigi, for your time and for always being here. Here we go. We're back to the body cam footage of Deputy Sheriff Michael ESTEP, ESTEP, who is a plaintiff in this lawsuit against AFROMAN.
You would agree that this is a public record?
Yes.
So the body cam is available to the public?
Upon request.
And Mr. Foreman cannot edit any of it, can he?
No.
This is from his, I'm sorry, this is from his body cam, not the surveillance video from AFROMAN's house. This is from his body cam because it says right there, body cam.
Do you believe how you do your job duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
So someone seeing this could reflect badly on your reputation based on what you did?
Possibly.
Now, this is going to be very stupid questions, but Mr. Klingler referred to previous posts when he was asking you about how they affected you. Did any of those posts name you by name?
No.
They just refer generally to the Adams County Sheriff's Office. So you're just seeking damages based upon what he said about the Sheriff's Department?
No. That's what's been directed to me.
What was directed to you?
Being called a thief.
Okay. Other than that, anything else?
No.
Was there a direct post of you being called a thief?
No. Just directed by the people in the community.
Pretty sure the people in the community know that your wife stole $28,000 from her employer and was convicted of it. So your wife's a thief. Close enough. There's nothing directed directly at this man. What are we doing here?
I'm going to get your steps in, please. Mr. ESTEP, I'd like you to take a look at the screen in front of you. You're going to see what's been marked Defense Exhibit C. Have you seen that post?
Yes.
And that is the singular post.
Okay, now this is funny. So come to your screen if you can do so safely. I laughed out loud. This actually is one post that was directed at him, apparently, but he doesn't even know about it because he just said there weren't any directed at me, didn't he? Okay.
Mr. Foreman made in reference to you, correct?
Yes.
You're going to see what's been marked Defense Exhibit C. Have you seen that post?
Yes.
And that is the singular post that Mr. Foreman made in reference to you, correct?
Yes.
Where you were called, and I quote, Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Yes.
King Kong Bundy was a wrestler, correct?
Yes.
Dan Goodman, correct?
I don't know about that. Can't answer that.
It says, good morning, ladies. ... This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy, LOL. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What do you got? I mean, there's a picture of him in uniform, culled from the security cam of AFROMAN, and next to him is a picture of, I don't know if that really is King Kong Bundy or if it's King Kong Bundy in a very revealing wrestling onesie with leg warmers, apparently. And I don't know if that's the real King Kong Bundy, the wrestler, or if that's his face on top of it, but it's funny. But it's satire. Do you think anybody really thinks he's King Kong Bundy? That's the question. It is King Kong Bundy. Thank you.
There was a t-shirt made calling you King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
You told me about an incident where a friend of yours made a joke about that, correct?
It wasn't a friend. It was one of the firemen from the fire department that I was chief of.
One of them wore a shirt to the Christmas party?
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was a joke, correct?
I don't know if they thought it was a joke. I mean, I don't know what the true intent of it was, but they wore it. I saw them.
You ever had jokes made at your expense?
Oh, yeah.
Made jokes at other people's expense?
Yeah.
So it's a reasonable assumption they brought it as a joke against you?
I would hope.
So his own
It's not a good
firefighters
joke.
in his county are the ones making fun of him. Okay.
We'll wrap up that day. So after the search, you went home, correct?
Yes,
And you left directly from the search to go home
yes,
after a 19-hour shift?
yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
19-hour
Thank
shift.
you, Your Honor.
Really trying hard to find something on
Mike, what's your
AFROMAN.
wife's name?
Renee,
How long have you been married to Renee?
since 2000, 2000,
Since 2000,
yes,
26 years.
yes.
Did this felony that Mr. Osborne brought up occur before or after this search?
Long before,
Long before?
Yep.
Did you stay?
Okay, everybody, let's bring some more attention to Renee ESTEP, the felon who embezzled, or I don't know where she stole the money from, $28,000 from her employer. Let's bring more attention to it, plaintiff's lawyer. Whose side are you on, dude? How many of you are furiously Googling Renee ESTEP and trying to find out what her charges were? You're not helping your client. Now you're just bringing more attention to his felonious wife. Oh, you can't make this up. You really can't.
Married to Renee since 2000?
yes,
26 years?
yes.
Did this felony that Mr. Osborne brought up occur before or after this search?
Long before,
Long before?
Yep.
Did you stay married to Renee?
I did.
This? Do you think her problems with this felony hurt your reputation?
no. I never got no backlash. I wasn't part of it. I didn't support it. You know, she paid the consequences and she moved on with life.
Maybe not to your face. Maybe people didn't post about it and make fun of you to your face about it, but you can bet your ass there was a lot of talk behind the scenes about you're a cop's wife. A deputy sheriff's wife is convicted of felonious. I'm not sure if it was embezzlement or what it was, but you can bet your ass they were talking about it. Listen to this again. Really? And the jury's like, what are we doing here? You guys are all talking about SNL. Listen, if they are not in the writer's room right now doing a skit on this with Keenan as AFROMAN, they are missing out on a huge opportunity. Huge. Problem is, we know all about this, but does the general public know all about this? And would they find it funny? The demographic of SNL. We did watch a hilarious skit from last week's SNL with Harry Styles, where one of our favorite comedians, Marcelo Hernandez, right? That's his name, did Sebastian Maniscalco, who came in to be the defense attorney in the trial where Harry Styles was the prosecutor, and that was hilarious. This is even more hilarious, and this is real life. And if they're not in the writer's room right now, they are missing out on a huge opportunity. There we go.
Reputation.
No. I never got no backlash. I wasn't part of it. I didn't support it. You know, she paid the consequences and she moved on with life.
And you're still with her?
I'm still with her.
This body cam footage that we saw, did you ever publish that body cam to the world?
No,
Did you ever post that body cam on the internet?
no,
Did you ever share that body cam, and specifically that part of the body cam where you refer to Mr. Foreman as a sex addict? Did you ever share that with anybody?
no.
We saw Mr. Osborne just showed you a post of you being called hunchback or something.
Your Honor, if the defense would like, we could put it back up so he gets the term correct. There is going to be specific names for specific people, and we need to keep things as orderly as possible as to who's called what.
What did he call you in that?
Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Thank you, Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Everybody gets a nickname. You get a nickname, you get a nickname, you get a nickname. And Judge, if you can't keep it straight, I'm happy to put it back on the screen so the jury knows that he, in fact, is King Kong Bundy.
Was that post made in the context of all these other posts that call the sheriff's department thieves?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross.
Mr. ESTEP, look at what's been marked. This is the post where you're called King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
Does it call you a liar? Strike that. Would you read the entire post?
It says, "Good morning, ladies. This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy. LOL. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What you got?" And
Look at Proctor in the upper corner of your screen. And this guy separated at birth or what? Am I good or what? Come on.
So, well, you don't need to address. I'm just
Okay.
worried about Mr. Foreman's sake. So he didn't call you a liar in this post?
No.
Didn't call you a thief?
No.
So all the other posts that you would refer to are solely about the sheriff's department being called thieves?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have a sidebar?
Yep.
Ooh, do we get to hear it again? Are they going to give us a hot mic again? How many of you are ordering lemon pancakes?
There is a question. I alluded to it slightly that he had worked 19 hours that shift. Now, one of the interesting things is I was going to start a line of questioning since Mr. Klingler wanted to bring up his wife and still being together. During her sentencing, she actually said that the reason why she stole over $28,000 was because they were in financial hardship, which would tend to show a pattern of financial hardship and a motive for this lawsuit. I figured I'd bring it up now.
During her sentencing, his wife said that the reason she stole $28,000 is because they were in financial hardship. This is what they said at sidebar. That is Mr. Osborne, the defense attorney. And this is hilarious. Hilarious. Let's keep going.
Mr. Klingler,
When did this happen? The wife stuff.
the wife stuff, she was sentenced in 2014 on this.
Comments?
She was sentenced in 2014.
Well, it's over 10 years ago, so
This is reputation. And this is a small county with less than 25,000 residents. We're smaller than some decent-sized cities.
so your point is you're trying to show that he has a financial incentive to bring this lawsuit?
Yes,
That's totally.
it is a motive for bringing this lawsuit. It's a relevant thing to argue.
So I like it when you argue, and that's why I let it play out for the jury.
Yeah. I mean,
Too remote, it's too speculative, so it's not it.
I get it. Then, so I guess for the sake of the court, would you like me to ask the question, then note my objection, or should we just
We have a record.
Okay, then we note my objection to
Yeah.
Okay. So when she was sentenced back in 2014, this officer's wife, Renee ESTEP, said that her reason for stealing the $28,000 because they were in financial hardship. And so the defense attorney wants to point out that clearly this is why he's suing my client, because they're in financial hardship or they have financial hardship. And the judge said, yeah, no, that was over 10 years ago. I'm not going to let you bring it in. But it's noted for the record. Less than 25,000 people in this county. And it's fair game. I'm not a thief. My wife is, but I stayed with her. This is so rich.
100% agree.
Then that will conclude my question.
So you're done.
I will. I'm going to say I'm done and then sit down, yes.
You can sit down.
Thank you for
I'd like
telling me
to
that.
know.
So.
ESTEP, is that what I said? ESTEP?
This witness got to step down. We're going to take like a morning break. Thanks for good work so far. Enjoy yourself. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
We're going to take a morning break. Ooh. All right. Runkle got a strike for lemon pound cake. Okay, so we're not going to show lemon pound cake. But what I'm going to do is while I take a little break, is this the lemon pound cake witness? I'm going to post the lemon pound cake video in the chat so that you can watch it or go grab a drink or whatever you want to do. So when they start to play it, I'm going to link it in the chat. Thanks for telling me. So I don't have to edit the whole video after. Is this lemon pound cake guy? Hold on. No, it's not. Okay, does he have anything interesting to say, this guy? Because I want to get to AFROMAN's testimony. Can we skip right over this guy? What do you say? Nothing interesting? Jeff, I'm relying on you. Somebody said Runkle just got struck. I don't want to get stricken. Let's move, because then I got to edit my whole video. It takes away the chat and all that kind of stuff. This is Beetle Bailey. I think, is this Pound Cake guy? That's Beetle Bailey. We're going to skip it. Okay, good. That's why we take a Roman vote around here. I think this is Pound Cake guy, right? Who dis? This is Lemon Pound Cake. Okay, here we go. Now remember, because it's a civil case, all 7 of these plaintiffs had to testify, and some of them were, not really so damaged by these alleged defamatory things.
Bill, what were you trying to accomplish?
We're good.
Thank you, Judge.
Next up.
May I call Sean Cooley?
Sean Cooley. Right, when we needed a name for this trial, we were like, what do we call him? The Cooleys and the Gang? Cooleys and the Gang? Versus AFROMAN. Papa Cooley is Lemon Pound Cake guy. Okay, got it.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? That is the issue, so answer unto God. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Sean Cooley,
I'm Sean Smith.
SHAW.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cooley, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, Kenny Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times. So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until
Did he say Kenny Rogers? Kenny Rogers is the sheriff, really? SNL can't do this better. Yeah, the murder trials are too heavy sometimes, right, Shelley Quinn? I thought he said Kenny Rogers. Tell me if the volume is good, because I keep adjusting my own volume to hear the court, the sidebars and things. All right, here we go.
And Mr. Cooley, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, Kenny Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times. So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until 2 months ago, you were back as a deputy sheriff?
Yeah, I started out as a part-time deputy, and then as their manpower dropped, I went ahead and took a full-time position to help them for a while.
And that's here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you begin with the sheriff's department? Sheriff's office?
It would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
Over 40 years.
And one of your family members is Justin?
Yes, sir, that's my youngest son.
He's another plaintiff in this case.
Yes, sir, it is.
You worked with him for a while in the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, some I did. Most of the time we were different shifts.
Okay, but I meant you worked
Yes,
for the same sheriff's department for a while?
Absolutely.
Are you married?
Yes, sir, I am.
How many children?
4, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Did they go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, they did.
Sean, do you remember giving me a call back in late 2022?
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I do believe he's starting to move into the realm of attorney-client privilege and opening that. If he opens that door, we do intend to exploit it. And so we would just give the court notice that's what we believe is happening at this time.
Thank you for the heads up. See where it goes.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask the question this way. Were you looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022?
Yes, sir, we all were.
And just in a nutshell, what were you trying to accomplish by contacting a lawyer?
The posts and the things that were put on the internet about us, as far as us being thieves and different things with our image. We had went to the sheriff when this originally started. Mr. Foreman had an attorney. We had two attorneys prior to this one. We had the sheriff contacted, try to get it stopped.
Oh, so this is AFROMAN's third attorney. Okay, got it. I was mistaken before when I said the plaintiffs were on their third attorney. It's AFROMAN.
Then again with the next one, then again with this one. So our only other alternative was to try to file some kind of suit.
Well, I'm guessing that his first two attorneys maybe withdrew from the case because they advised AFROMAN to just take the videos down. And he was like, no, I'm not doing that. This is how I'm making money. And then his third attorney, as you can clearly see, Mr. Osborne, is a firm believer in the First Amendment.
And that's why you ultimately decided to file suit to get it to stop?
Yeah, that was our last alternative.
Has it stopped?
It's gotten much worse.
You were part of the team that executed the warrant on Mr. Foreman's property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you steal any money?
No, I did not.
Did you have anything to do with the money that evening?
The only thing I had to do with the money, I sit in the kitchen and talk to Mr. Foreman's wife.
Mr. Foreman's wife, Angela?
Yes.
Now, let me just stop you
Or
there.
ex-wife.
Oh, thank you. Ex-wife. Let me stop you there for just a second. How did Angela Foreman end up being in the kitchen of the home that evening?
I don't know which supervisor it was that let her come in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If the search warrant is not going to be an issue, if we want to open that door, then I will ask to present that evidence and make that case. But Mr. Klingler now wants to bring up who everybody is there. So if he wants to open that door, I'm going to ask for the same latitude upon my presentation of the case. And I think the court has already made it clear we are not litigating a search warrant.
I'll withdraw the question. I don't need to know how she got there, Judge.
Just for everybody's benefits, they both pushed beyond what I was willing to do. So let's try to keep it focused. Thank you for withdrawing the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you again.
You were explaining what you had to do with the money that evening, so go ahead.
I was sitting in the kitchen on a stool, I believe. Brian Newland brought in a package that he said contained money, laid it there, and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
Who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife,
Okay.
or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
Just the two of you at the time?
Oh, there's people in and out.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in and out, going back and forth to the cars to get different items. Sergeant Walters came in at one time and talked to Mr. Foreman on the cell phone.
Okay. So back to the cash. You were asked by Detective Newland to keep an eye on it, and what happened then?
Well, that's what I did, and then a short time later, Mr. Newland came and got it, and secured it somewhere.
And that was the extent of your...
Yeah, I never touched the money, never was even really close.
All right.
Yes, Charlie. Charlie knows. The cop who miscounted the $5,000, that was Newland, had been reprimanded for stealing parking fine money. Because you can't make it up. You just can't make it up. Thanks, Charlie, for all your super chats today. Also said, did she think it was funny, meaning Ms. Phillips, walking around his house with a loaded AR-15? And isn't that the job of the prosecution? I'm late on these, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. And who the F is this guy? That was from earlier, too. But, sir, isn't it true that you did look lovingly at the lemon pound cake underneath the glass cake dome on the kitchen counter of Mr. AFROMAN? Isn't that true, sir?
Now, you mentioned earlier your reason for contacting a lawyer in this case. I want to just jump ahead right now to how these posts that referred to you and the other deputies as thieves, has that affected your reputation in the community, do you believe?
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it.
Well, tell us what makes you think that.
You know, to understand that, you got to go back before this happened. We would go on calls. We'd very seldom ever have any trouble at anybody. Very, very rarely. You might get a drunk that was smart off or something of this nature. Then he starts calling us thieves on the internet, starts selling merchandise with our photo on it. So now when you go into a bar for a call, you've got people in there screaming, "Hey, you gonna steal all of our money?" You know, or you go on a call. I had one guy come out of a bedroom after me, call me a thief, want to know why I stole that from man's money. It just went from being a nice, quiet community, a job you felt safe in, to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
So you were policing in a nice, safe community, and now you have to look over your shoulder every second. I know we have a lot of law enforcement in the chat, and a lot of law enforcement, retired law enforcement and current law enforcement in the chat. Aren't you always looking over your shoulder as a law enforcement officer? I mean, really? Because you looked lovingly at a lemon pound cake, which by all accounts looked delicious. Now all of a sudden you got to look over your shoulder all the time in your law enforcement job. Okay, I won't play the music videos. Thanks very much. Thanks for telling me. Wow. Okay.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids, threaten to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. We couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear
They couldn't even go to Walmart. Oh, the horror. I'm in shock and horror over this.
dogs bark at night and come in my room waking me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook. They still see this stuff. And it was just one after another after another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all started again. Just like he did a couple of days ago.
Are you aware of posts that are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday?
Sir, I'm going to put my objection in place here. It'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025, providing more protections under the anti-sniper. With that, we would have a 60-day notice.
So I sustain your objection. You can sit down. Thank you.
He's making a record.
Like at some point in time, we draw the line, I just drew the line of what's evolving in the public. Like we started this trial yesterday, so let's try to stay before yesterday. You're all doing a fine job. It's fluid. Like the trial can't be that fluid. Same.
Are there any other examples that you could think of as you sit here today of ways that these posts about being a thief have affected you in a negative way?
One of the things that really kind of upset me, I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border. And when I walked into the deputy's room, like there to talk to them about, they all knew me, all knew that I've been called a thief, lemon pound cake. You know, it's everywhere. You can go anywhere, and if people recognize you, they start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what. But
And has your image, your face been posted on some of these posts along with, or in the context of thief accusation?
well, according to he has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature.
He made
at
merch.
all these venues. Matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Smoke shop sold the T-shirts of him with the lemon pound cake on it.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Last examination.
Cross. And so he didn't even show the video to the jury, the plaintiff's lawyer.
We have to keep things straight because there is another plaintiff named Sean.
Absolutely, yes.
So do you mind if I call you Sean or Sean Cooley during this time?
Whatever you like. Well, let's rephrase that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
picked right up with this visit to the Pennsylvania border. You said they knew you as Lemon Pound Cake.
Yeah, that was what they referred to me as a person.
And they asked you for your autograph, correct?
One of them did, yes.
Ask him for his autograph.
And so
oops.
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar about the Exhibit D that defense intends to.
Okay, sounds good.
The song is AFROMAN's Lemon Pound Cake, which is where his name, Officer Pound Cake, and such comes from. It gives direct context of what he's talking about.
There's nothing in that, or tell me if I'm wrong, there's nothing on this that we're claiming is defamatory. So
The context for his name is extremely important, and the idea that, so what this
let me finish it up there. There's nothing in here that calls anybody a thief. There's nothing in here that calls anybody a pedophile or anything. It's just a so-called humorous video. So that's
and that would
why
be
we think it's
video or song.
So that's what music video.
Okay. But it is a basis, though, because he has said that he's called Officer Pound Cake.
How long is it?
It's less than 5 minutes. But it would be a basis for that. It would put the name in context, because just saying.
Have any problem with it? There's anything ironic? You just put your own argument against yourself, which I would have done too. But you're asking for differences. So is he, so he gets to make the same inferences you're using. I get what you're saying. Yep. You're doing a good job picking up the pace and moving things along. Let him give us room. They didn't swing your elbows. You get to play it. I think this is unreasonable. Thanks for asking.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, man. I'm up here for this. I'm not produced. That was
just my objection for the record.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Noted.
All right, here's what we're going to do. It has come to my attention that AFROMAN himself has been striking YouTube creators for playing this video, even though it's part of the public court record. I'm linking it in the chat right now. Let's see if it goes through. Okay. Oh, well, it says Lemon Pound Cake video, but you know what I'm saying. Everyone go watch it right now and then come right back so we can talk about it. Okay, I've linked it there for your convenience. Let me just pin it now to the chat. Hold on, I'm going to do it one more time. All right. Lemon Pound Cake video. The label has been striking it. Whoever's been striking it doesn't want us playing it. I don't need a copyright strike, so I see somebody in there like daring me to play it. It's a hassle that I just don't need right now. So what you can do is click on that link. Let me just see if I can pin it to the chat. YouTube's acting a little bit crazy right now. And give AFROMAN the view on it. I don't know why it's not allowing me to pin it. Oh, please. Okay, the link works. I'm just trying to pin it so that everyone can find it easily. Hold, please. Nope, that's Susan's comment. But the thing is, when I click on my comment, then it takes me to the video. I'm going to try to do it for you, but if you can get it, go watch it and then come right back. Boop. It's not letting me pin it because I can only do it on my phone. So you have to find it. Just scroll up for my comment. There we go. I pinned it. All right, don't watch the comments. Just watch the video. I'm going to watch it on my other screen right now while I'm talking to you. And you'll see. Just going to go off camera for 1 second. I don't know why I can't hear it in my... I mean, it's got him with the surveillance in his kitchen, looking lovingly at that lemon pound cake of his mama's. Because the sheriff wanted to put down his gun and cut him a slice. Yep, it's to the tune of Under the Boardwalk. He got the munchies because he got high. He's an Adams County sheriff and he's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed and then he smelled another smell. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff want to put down his gun and cut him a slice. Trending on TikTok, lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. Got the munchies because he got high. And there's people at his concert singing along. Catchy tune. Something happened to his camera on the way to the evidence room. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Make the sheriff want to put down his gun and cut him a slice. And he is looking longingly at the lemon pound cake. He really is. Trending on TikTok, lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Got the munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake, lemon pound cake. And then they've got pictures of people in the t-shirts. Trending on TikTok. The official video has over 3.8 million views. And then there's also a lyric video that you can also watch. And then he promotes all his socials on there. And, you know, make merch. It's been stuck in my head too. Oh, I also had a little lemon pound cake icon that I made for the corner. Oh, there we go. Look, there it is. There it is. YouTube is super strict with music. And I get it. Artists' rights and all. And listen, artists are getting screwed every minute for the pennies they're making on Spotify, etc. Okay. 2 million of those views was BB. Okay. So what had happened was apparently they played the video. And if you haven't seen it, it's pinned in the chat. And it's satire. It's funny. Really. Do people really think he's... Well, tell me this. Was the lemon pound cake stolen from the county? Did they confiscate the lemon pound cake? That's a question that I'm dying to know the answer to. Or did he just look at it lovingly and longingly? So they do play it for the jury. And I want to know if the jury was like laughing. Well, here's the wait, is this body cam? Is he going to show the body cam first? Oh, good. Let's watch the body cam of him looking longingly at the pound cake. Okay. And then I guess he's going to play the music video, which we can't do because unfortunately for them, but fortunately for us, Runkle and some other creators got struck for playing it. Nobody needs a copyright strike on YouTube. Okay. Here we go. He just looked at it. They didn't steal it. But they've apparently gotten many sent to the department. So they're lucking out. Really, it was a benefit to them because they probably got a lot of lemon pound cake sent over.
You had your body cam on that day when when you searched Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
No, sir, we don't.
But you were caught on body cam that time, right?
What do you mean caught?
So other officers who wore body cam would be seen on that body cam, correct?
Yes. If I was close to them, I would have, yes.
Oh, let me play this clip.
This is body cam footage.
You want to ask me to read that here on the vehicles?
So, off to the extreme left of here, we just saw a gentleman. Was that you?
Yes, I believe so.
So you are in this body cam footage.
Could you run it back just a second and let me see?
Oh, let me start it over.
Okay, that'd be fine.
So, just for the sake of the record, we see 2 people in this video. Do you know who the lady is?
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. Foreman's wife, ex-wife.
Who's the other gentleman in the doorway?
I can't tell, but I don't know.
Would it appear to be Kenneth Dick?
It could be, it's just not.
Kenny Dick has entered the
Actually,
chat.
when you look at this, I think this is a better image of it.
Yeah, it does appear to be Kenny, yes.
Because it is dark on my screen here.
You could hear the crickets.
So on the extreme left, we see a gentleman there. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
And this would be during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
If you can do so safely, please come to your screen so that you can watch the original surveillance footage of Officer Poundcake. And look to the right of your screen. That is where they banged his door down with the battering ram. See how his door is off the hinges and the hinges are, and the wood around it is all broken. This was during an 8-hour search of his home, raid with assault weapons and battering rams and shields. There you go. Oh, he walks away from the money too. Good. Let's watch for that as well, because that evidence bag wasn't sealed up. Yeah.
You asked me to be there near the vehicles to make sure.
All right. Y'all been asking, but I don't think it's there. Hey, hold on, anyone? No.
I'm not
Explain to what's all this. I'm not worried about here.
My parents would be scared for it.
Oh! Let me rewind this a second. Looking at the table here in the bottom right-hand corner, is that the evidence bags with the money?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those were the evidence bags you were just testified to that you watched the entire time for Mr. Newman?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag?
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
So he walked away from the money.
And you're watching it right now, and you're looking at it?
Yes.
I'm not worried about here.
There's the evidence bag on the table, the kitchen table, with the money in it that they stole from his jacket pocket. Snoop Dogg paid him $5,000 after a show at Red Rocks. It was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa. And he, oh, well, we're going to hear him testify about that. I don't want to jump ahead.
Table here in the bottom right-hand corner. Is that the evidence bags with the money?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those were the evidence bags you were just testified to that you watched the entire time for Mr. Newman?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag?
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
Unsealed.
And you're watching it right now, and you're looking at it?
Yes.
I'm not worried about here.
My parents would be scared for it.
Oh, jeez.
And you're walking outside now?
We got cigarette shots, yo.
Versus following you?
I know, I got how's that been there?
John, it would be a fair statement to say you didn't watch that money the entire time that Brian Newman left it. in your
Left the
possession, right?
room.
No, you are correct. But you can also hear me telling the deputy, keep an eye on that money. If you want to play
Which
back,
deputy was that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but you can hear me and see me talking to another deputy before I walk out.
The guy walking right behind you would have been the one.
No, I was looking, the guy behind me would have been behind me. Just play it back and this is it.
What's the replay?
You asked me to be there near the vehicles to make sure.
All right. Y'all been asking, but I don't think it's there. Hey, hold on, anyone? No.
I'm not
Explain to what's going on. I'm not worried about here.
My parents would be scared for it.
We got cigarette shots.
I believe I believe I told you to keep an eye on the money.
How's that been there?
Start at. You read it 0:16 seconds in?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Explain to what's going on. I'm not worried about here.
Did you hear it say, what's the money?
No.
Before it said, I'm not worried, there's no one in there.
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's why I said yes. Yes.
So the person asked you about watching money. You said you weren't worried because no one was in the place.
It does appear that way, yes.
For the record, 35.27 to 36 minutes even. I got it.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask a question. I do not want you to tell me anything you have talked with any attorney with Mr. Klingler or his associate. I do not want to know that. But I do want to know You said you were looking for an attorney in the fall of 2023, correct?
We all were.
And so you employed an attorney to send a cease and desist letter prior to sending a lawsuit, correct?
No.
The testimony was fall of 2022. The litigation was filed in March of 2023, just to make it record.
No. Let me rephrase it. So when I mistakenly referred to fall of 23, it was actually fall of 22, correct?
What was the fall of 2020? I'm not sure what
You started looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022.
I believe, I don't think I'm the one that made the original call for an attorney. It was one of the other deputies. We had discussed it. We had to have permission from the sheriff at that time to do anything.
You took some of the phone calls, the threatening phone calls, correct?
In dispatch.
Yeah. Did you make a report of those?
They were all documented, yes.
And they investigated and traced the calls?
Didn't trace them. They were all ghost numbers or showed up as no phone number at all.
So nobody was ever prosecuted? No one was called in to?
Well, they couldn't find them. They don't have any idea who they were.
But you're not saying that was Mr. Foreman making the call, correct?
I don't know whether he did or not. His rhetoric led up to it.
People, during your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
Yes, I'm good.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names?
Not really.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm going to call you fat, but okay.
I don't want to, this may sound stupid, but you and I, we're not the thinnest people in the world, are we? And the witness goes, I don't want to call you fat, but hold on, I'm going to hear that again. Hold on. Ready? For emphasis.
During your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
Yes, I'm good.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names?
Not really.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people?
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
Is that a fat joke? Is that a fat joke? Oh, man.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't.
So
that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoke weed in a song?
No, I'm just saying that
So that
goes
statement
along
is
with
not
some
part
of
of
the
this
rhetoric
lawsuit.
he's done.
Let's let him finish. Okay.
I said that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Could that be exaggeration to make the song funny?
I don't think it's funny.
Would a reasonable person listening to that believe that Mr. Foreman is stating facts?
You don't know what somebody's thinking of. You wouldn't think we'd get 300 calls a day threatening to kill us. Somebody's buying into it.
So when
If you got 300 calls a day threatening to kill you, why didn't you bring any of those calls into evidence? Kathy is here from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. We love Kathy. Kathy, have you done any videos on this yet? Because this makes for great content. I think I know what happened. I think the creator who is sharing this court video for everyone may have been stricken because he may have had to have cut out the lemon pound cake video as well. This is courtesy of the Watchdog Wire on YouTube. Because it sounds like he's talking that he already played it for the judge. I mean, played it for the jury, right? Nobody, ain't no, you know who needs a copyright strike? Nobody. Nobody. Yeah, Kathy, we need to do another collab again really soon. I love Kathy so much.
Jerry Reed sung the song, when you're hot, when you're not, you're not. And the judge said that to him right before he sentenced in prison. That's an actual fact, or is that an exaggeration?
So we're going to strike all that because we don't know anything about that case, and he's not going to become a witness. So until you establish a foundation that he knows what you're saying, you don't get to testify. So set it up right, I'll let you do it.
Mr. Cooley, what is your favorite genre of music?
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Freebird, American Pie.
Let's take American Pie.
Leonard Skinner.
Is the song American Pie?
Listen, I used to be really into Leonard Skinner too, but I don't think it was from the 60s. Okay. I remember Leonard Skinner Pronounced was one of my first albums ever, and it definitely was not from the 60s. But okay, that's Southern rock, but all right. Go on with your bad self.
You've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And
What's about pie? Hold on.
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Freebird, American Pie.
American
Let's take
Pie.
American Pie.
Leonard Skinner.
Is the song American Pie? You've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And you don't, in that song, American Pie, do you believe that was fact?
That what was fact?
What was said in that song?
No.
That was so beautiful the way he did that, because he took the witness's example of a song that he likes and basically schooled him on why a reasonable person may not believe everything they see on the internet or read in the newspaper or hear in a song, because American Pie is not about a pie. And really good lawyers can do that. We've seen Alan Jackson do it. A witness gives you something and you run with it. You have to be able to pivot. You can't be like Lally with a list of questions and only ask the list of questions that's on your pad, even though, because you're missing so many opportunities. This attorney can think on his feet and he can pivot. And he gets all of these plaintiffs to walk right into his trap. You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you? No. Do you believe everything you read in the paper? No. And the jury's picking up what he's laying down, I think.
This may sound stupid, but when people talk about dirty defense attorneys, are they just saying I didn't wash my suit, or are they exaggerating?
I don't know what's on their mind.
It would probably be an opinion then.
There again, I don't know. Maybe they know something on it.
Like I didn't take a shower that day?
Or that, or you've done something you shouldn't be doing.
So when a person yells crooked cops, they may be just referring to cops in general doing bad things?
It could be.
Expressing their opinions about what they think?
They could be, yes.
So I'm going to get this straight. So you're saying that being called Officer Poundcake has colored you in a false light, correct?
No.
Okay, so Officer Pound, being called Officer Poundcake has nothing to do with this lawsuit.
No.
So the only thing that
He's getting the plaintiffs to admit that their claims make no sense. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. We looked at the complaints, and I can't remember right now, but I think they all said false light. And he's saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. They are dense. They are dense, and they don't even understand the basics of their own lawsuits. Because how stupid is he going to look if he's like, yeah, that really insulted me that he called me Officer Poundcake. I'm really insulted. Because now people think that I'm just a pound cake lover. And, you know, it's defamatory. All the cops are plaintiffs. And this attorney's doing a brilliant job of making them look like fools. Billy Bush is here. Billy Bush. What up, Billy? Billy, we need to talk again soon. This is like comedy gold right here. Comedy gold, AFROMAN. AFROMAN is the face of the First Amendment that we didn't even know that we needed in 2026. And this is comedy gold. If SNL Writers Room is not right now drafting a sketch with Keenan as AFROMAN for Saturday night, then I've lost all faith in the Writers Room in SNL. We love Billy Bush.
You're saying painted you in a negative light. Is the general comments calling the Adams County Sheriff's Department thieves?
They're calling me a thief.
So there is a specific post that calls you a thief.
There's photographs of me on it, and he's accusing all of us of being thieves, so that incorporates me as well.
So it refers to the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a group then, and you're part of that.
Just members of the Sheriff's Department, not the entire Sheriff's Office.
But it doesn't list your name.
Yeah, there's posts that list my name, I'm sure.
What do you mean you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that there was some that had my name on it. I mean, I don't recall which ones, but
We haven't introduced any evidence by your attorney. What posts are you referring to? I need a date and time.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there could be. I don't know.
There could be.
but you don't know.
Right, right.
There could be, but as the plaintiff, you have the burden of proof, sir. So bring your receipts in or get the hell out of the chair. Go make yourself some lemon pound cake. So needed, Lorelei. This is the best Thursday ever, says Josh. I know he can't even point to one post that specifically calls him a thief. But the last guy who was called a thief, his wife did actually steal $28,000 because they were in financial distress. Because you can't make it up. You can't make this up.
Do you mind keeping your testimony to what you know, not what you're guessing at?
Yeah, I have done as far as I can.
As far as you can.
So bye bye Adams County, Ohio. It's a good one. Song bits, Laura. We thinking song lyrics here too. It's a lemon fresh joy. Says our 18-wheeled.
So in your defamation claim would be based solely on being called a thief as a group of people, and you're one of those groups.
I'm concerned about me being called a thief as well as my fellow officers.
They get their chance, that's all right.
Right.
But that's the sole basis of your defamation claim?
Being called a thief?
Yes.
That's the majority of it, yes.
But not being called Officer Pound Cake?
No.
And may I have a second?
And so he's not hurt by being called Officer Pound Cake. So what are we doing? Like, remember the Californians and SNL?
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
What are you doing here, Stuart? What are you doing here? Why don't you just take the 405 to the 101 to Sepulveda and have it dump you off on Mulholland where you belong? What are you doing? What are we doing here? I wish they would bring the Californians back. That was my favorite SNL skit. Sorry to interrupt, but how do you get a gifted membership? You have to be opted into gifts, and then when someone gifts, YouTube does it randomly. But you know what? Thanks, Sabrina, because you reminded me. They did a new thing recently where all YouTube creators are allowed to do gifts, send out gifts, gift memberships. So I will go onto my own stream right now, but I have to go in through YouTube. So give me a minute. I will gift some memberships, and then YouTube will randomly gift them to 5 people or 10 people in the chat, or however many they let me gift. So hold on one second. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to do it right now, and you're going to see how it works. Let us see, because now I got to figure out how it works again. Lemon pound cake. All right, I'm sending 5 right now. Ready? On your mark. You have to be participating in the chat. You have to be opted into gifts, and not even participating, because I've been gifted memberships to channels that I wasn't even watching at the time that I was gifted. So it's kind of weird, but here it goes. Make sure you're subscribed. Also hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up button. Ready, set. Oh, wait, I got to do the drum roll. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me. It's not just legal analysis over here. It's comedy. And it is so much more than that. And here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you to me for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the 5 new members. Mama Deadhead. See? It was meant to be. Mom to Nick and Allie. Number 1, Mo 5. No, I'm sorry. So it was Mama Deadhead. Mom to Nick, Allie. Blissful Essence. It's all a ruse. And Lilith. Welcome to the 5 new members. Check out the special emojis for you. And note the addition, members, of Tiny Jesus as an emoji, because we have Tiny Jesus, oops, here at all times. Because remember what happened last time we brought up Tiny Jesus? We watched a lot of good things happen for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Come on back. Oop. My screen's screwing up right now. There's Tiny Jesus. We have a new emoji for Tiny Jesus. And no, that is not mocking religion. That is something we all need, is a little hope and inspiration. And somebody, for the Lord, for the love of the traveling Mary, to pray for us. Okay, here we go. Thanks for asking, Sabrina, and for reminding me that I too can gift memberships to my audience. Okay, here we go.
Correct?
No redirect.
No redirect. Okay, and then wait. Oh, this guy. This guy gets a little combative. This green shirt
What are
guy.
the ages of your children?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer in the God. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Judge, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Randy Walters.
And Mr. Walters, how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I'm not for sure the date that I was promoted to sergeant. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since 2010, I think it was.
Since 2010?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Adams County?
my entire life.
You went to school here?
Yes,
You got family here?
yes I do.
You have a wife and children?
I have a wife, 4 daughters, and 2 little boys, or 2 sons.
So 6 kids altogether?
Yes.
Are all of those your own kids?
We are a little bit of a mixed bag. I have 3 biological kids and 3 children that I adopted through foster care. Yes.
What are the ages of your children?
My little boy, who's biological, is 10 years old. My next daughter is 14 years old, who's adopted. And I have a 17-year-old that's adopted, an 18-year-old that's adopted. My 22-year-old son is biologically mine, and my oldest daughter, who's 26, is mine. They're all mine, but biological in other ways. And I've had the girls since my 14-year-old was about 2 months old.
And this will become relevant, I think, just a little later, but I'm going to ask you about the race of your adopted kids.
So 2 of my adopted daughters are biracial Hispanic, and my youngest adopted daughter is biracial African American.
And your youngest is the 14-year-old?
Now she's 14 years.
And in the fall of 2022, she would have been
Around 11, I think.
around 11 or so. How'd you get into law enforcement?
My father was a police officer, and it's just something that I've always worked towards doing.
And you're the rank of sergeant right now?
I am.
And you took part in this search in Mr. Foreman's home back in 2022, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what your role was in that search, just generally?
I was called in to assist with the search, and you have what's called an entry team. I was asked to come in and help with the entry team in the search.
Did you have anything to do with counting or keeping the money that night?
No.
Have you been accused of stealing money from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
Can we look at exhibit 27, please?
I pay taxes.
Before we, I don't know if we can do this, Natalie, but can we see the date and the number of views on this?
It's in the bottom. It's really hard to see with the way that the media playing system works because it's blocked by this gray bar, and the gray bar doesn't go away.
All right, so let's just play it.
Wait, am I going to get stricken for this too? Is this more music? He puts out new songs every day. He's been doing new posts. Follow him on Instagram and I guess Facebook. But if it's music, I can't play it because they're striking or the label is striking and whatever. Let him get the views. I don't care.
See what happens. Thank you.
I pay taxes.
Yeah, I mean, let's get through that.
From this image, no.
Okay, so you represent your own. Okay. So we don't know the exact date from this image when it was done.
From this image, no.
Okay.
2023.
3 years ago, and did you say 727,000 views?
Yes.
Now, we have 3 other exhibits that show the same clip on different platforms and dates. Is that right, Natalie? I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Can you bring up exhibit 28 and just show us the first?
I pay taxes. I work daily. I get ready.
Again, it could be the label. YouTube is really strict about music. I mean, I get it. It's part of the court record and all, but I'm just not risking it because it's a pain in the ass to fight a copyright strike, and I don't want to do it.
October 4th, 2022.
You find it?
Yeah, when it was October, it says down below it, October 24th, 20.
October 4th?
Whatever she did, it took the line down and you can actually see it.
It doesn't go away while the video is paused. It has to be playing for the
We have to play the whole thing again, so let's not do that.
It didn't go away this time.
Let's see if it'll go. There we go.
October 4th, 2022, 512, 574.
Thank you.
And this guy gets into like his feelings being hurt, right? Let's see what this is. Oh, he's Beetle Bailey. Is he Beetle Bailey, the Beetle Bailey guy? Okay. They're making him famous again. I'm here for that. And I'm all for artist rights too, as far as them getting paid for their music.
You can come in. If arrest warrant would occur, turn yourself in, go through the system, and do whatever. Nobody's chasing you through the woods, as reported. Nobody's doing any of that. The respect that was given to him, which I guess is not required in society, was not put forward to us.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Oh, good. Let's get to cross anyway. It's probably better.
For the record, you stated previously your name was Randy Walters.
Randolph Clear Walters Jr. I go by
So,
Randy.
you go by Randy. Do you mind if I call you Randy?
It's perfectly fine, sir.
So you extended Mr. Foreman a significant amount of respect that night.
I felt that I did.
If I show you some of the surveillance footage, can you explain how I show you respect?
Sure.
Oh, this is the guy that he had accused of his wife cheating on him. Okay, that's what it was. His wife, he made a video about, let's just for purposes of being clean, banging this guy's wife. But clearly he's not, and clearly nobody thought he was, but apparently he doesn't trust his own. Yeah, this is where it comes up, right? It's all about Randy now. Rescue Randy. It's all about Randy now. No spoilers, please, for people who have not seen this yet and who may know the ending, because we want to get there together. For those of us who haven't seen it, you may have seen this film before. Let's get to the ending together for those who don't know. Okay, here we go.
This will be exhibit F, defense exhibit F. This will be an excerpt of the security camera footage of Mr. Foreman for the kitchen of his home.
Okay, this is security cam footage. Come to your screen if you can.
August 21st, 2022.
Randy's no dummy.
Pardon me, I'm sure we get the counter time so the court can know what the jury saw.
The search warrant execution. So I'll ask a couple of questions before I wait for this down. So you took part in the search warrant execution?
Yes.
You were part of the breach team into Mr. Foreman's house?
Yes.
You had a riot shield like thing?
No, a ballistic shield, sir.
What's a ballistic shield?
It's a bulletproof shield. It's commonplace when doing raids that police officers get shot, and it's a safety device.
So it's a safety device shield got yay long with a little hole, a little window in it so you can carry it forward?
Yes.
This is going to be his excuse of flipping off the camera, flipping off the security camera, giving the finger to the security camera. This is his excuse for why that didn't happen. So pay attention. Thanks, Kay Willis, for gifting 5, and Pekka Got Waffle for gifting a membership. You guys are amazing.
You see what has been marked Defense Exhibit F?
Yes, I see something on the screen.
Okay, so on that screen, does that appear to be the kitchen of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes,
And you would agree that that gentleman there with the firearm is Mr. Brian Newman?
yes.
And so this would be the beginning after breaching the door?
From this, I can't tell what part of the entry it was.
Let me place them on.
I really want to know how many people are going out and buying these green and white checkerboard tiles for their kitchens now, and how popular this pink color is going to become. My interior designers in the chat, take note and let me know.
This would be starting the security camera footage of 8/21/2022, starting at 8:13 and 4 seconds p.m. I've stopped it here for the last question. So you talked about a ballistic shield. Is that the ballistic shield you're referring to?
Yes,
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
yes.
They come in with shields on and assault weapons and tactical gear and the whole thing. I mean, they thought there was a kidnapping victim in the basement that doesn't exist.
So putting this image in perspective, you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Newland's in front of you. And Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mhm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your no fingers.
No, do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Oh boy, here's where he gets a little, not randy, but he gets a little testy. Okay, so let's zoom in. It looks like he's doing this. I'm not going to do it because everyone's going to clip it and use it as a profile picture. He's giving the finger to the security cam. Do you know how to use the riot shield, or do you want me to tell you? All right, here you go. Looks to me like he's giving the finger, but he's going to tell us why he's not. No, this is not WKRP in Cincinnati. No, this is an awesome creator by the name of the Watchdog Wire on YouTube, who got the original court footage to play it because the local station, which I think it was WPCO, is not airing all of it, only portions of it. But we could not play Lemon Pound Cake video here because other creators who did yesterday got struck for copyright. So the Lemon Pound Cake video link is pinned in the chat. All right, here we go. He's going to explain how to use a riot shield now. Randy, it's all about Randy now. Here we go. I'm taking it back a moment. Canton salute. That's right, Stace.
So putting this image in perspective, you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Newland's in front of you. And Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mhm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your no fingers.
No, do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it.
Randy is no dummy.
Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35
The
pounds.
finger went down, correct?
If you think I flipped him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Would a reasonable person
There's a
think
light
it?
activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters.
Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you for the question. So you were called a couple names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon.
I was listening to this in the car yesterday with my headphones. Listen to how he walks again into the defense attorney's trap. He called you Beetle Bailey. Does anybody really think you're Beetle Bailey? No. No. It's opinion. It's hyperbole. It's satire. It's parody. It's not defamation, sir. What are we doing here? What are you doing here?
Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper. Sure. Been there for years. So that would be an exaggeration. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
Listen.
That's an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
No, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry about you.
No. There's no way we can prove you're a son of a bitch, can we? No. And I don't know if he says my father or my mother has been dead for years. Listen to that again.
Son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
That's an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
No, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry about you.
She's been dead for years.
But
he assumed it was
you would
about his
agree that
mother.
When someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
Same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie.
Obviously, that's a character in the movie.
But you're not that person.
No.
May sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It's fair to say that during those years, people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Wait, KB, is that Molly Hatchet, KBD? Now you're messing with a son of a bitch, right? Is that Molly Hatchet? That was during my Southern rock phase.
You believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
You believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
There go your
You better tell
damages,
kids,
sir.
Don't believe everything here, right?
Especially now.
Nazareth? It was Nazareth. I knew it was one or the other. I think it was Nazareth. People are saying fog hat.
So, are you testifying and claiming that because Mr. Foreman called you Gomer Pyle, you've been painted in a false light with the public? I'm taking it one at a time, so I'm going to get to
The Gomer Pyle?
Yes.
I'm not claiming that, sir.
You're not claiming that being called a son of a bitch is a claim you're pursuing that Mr. Foreman's called you?
Correct, sir.
Being called Beetle Bailey, you're not claiming that is part of defamation proceeding on that, correct?
Correct.
And
Dismantling his claims one by one. An Afro man leaning back in his chair. I want to know what kind of shoes he's got on. Hold on. In his all-American suit. I don't know, but they're awesome. Whatever shoes they are. Look like the toe caps are sparkly, white lace-ups maybe. Dismantling his case one claim at a time.
neither one of those three statements have
An
painted you in a
allegation
false light, correct?
at a time.
I mean, it depends. I mean, it paints you in a different light than what you are, but correct.
So you're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
That was funny. He slipped up. But yes, apparently Afro Man said that he was having sex with Randy's wife. The crash test dummy's wife. What do we call her? Rescue Annie? And he apologized for his error. And here we go. Pay attention now. If your mind started to wander, although I don't know how it could have. Here we go.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
What? We all know that's not true, that Mr. Foreman's having sex with your wife, right? And he goes, well, I don't know. This man does not trust his wife. Is he really saying that he has no idea if his wife's having an affair with Afro Man? I'm sorry. What? Trust issues? Bae? We have a boss baby emoji and a pacifier. Dude, really? You're telling the world that you don't even know if your wife is cheating on you and that's why it hurts you so much? You missed what he said. Don't worry. I'm rewinding. Here you go.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement that he said he had sex with your wife,
Yes.
and that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
But you don't know if your wife's cheating on you now?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question, but you said we don't know. I just
Been with that
want to-
woman since middle school.
You want to go there? I've been with that woman since middle school. First of all, the second you refer to your wife as that woman, you got a problem, dude. I've been with that woman since middle school. Meaning what? Meaning what? You've been with her for so long that she might be wandering around. She might be out there sampling the buffet. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? I've been with that woman since middle school. Okay. I mean, I think we're getting an idea of, yeah, his old lady, his ball and chain. The only thing that could have been worse is if he said that broad. I hate when men call women broads. Yeah, I've been with that broad since middle school. Okay. And she got tired of your hurt feelings from AFROMAN making fun of you, calling you Gomer Pyle. And she couldn't listen to you whine anymore about it. I mean, really, who could blame her? No, just kidding. Satire, parody, get it? Take it back a second, and then I'm going to let it play. I've been with that broad since middle school. Randy might be a dummy, exactly.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you now?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question, but you said we don't know.
Been with that woman since middle school. I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
His face.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Oh, AFROMAN was getting up like he was ready to fight. Look at this man's face when he said that's not something we could verify the truth of. Remember, truth is a complete defense. So if his lady's a cheater, if his old lady has been stepping out, truth is a complete defense. But in any event, this is comedy, parody, satire. I don't think he had a picture of this guy's wife in his video, did he? I don't know. Again, artistic freedom, First Amendment. Look at this man's face and then look at AFROMAN like almost get out of his chair. Come to your screen if you can. Here we go. Who's disrespecting his wife now?
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
Looks could kill, they
Is
probably
it a
will.
thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for directed to direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
You don't like his answer, it doesn't mean he didn't answer.
He didn't answer the question. He told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question.
Ask another
That was his
person
answer.
if
He
his
didn't like
wife
how it came
cheated
out,
on
that was
him.
his answer.
Wait a second. Ooh, my freeze game is so on point today. Rescue. Randy's not going to be rescued, I don't think. I think he just sunk his own case. He sunk his own battleship.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a directed that can.
It's out there. I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
It's something we cannot verify the truth of. Puts the glasses down, tries to steeple his fingers to look powerful, gives him a very intimidating, if looks could kill, they probably will, Games Without Frontiers look. Love Peter Gabriel too.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false? That's the question.
Ask your client.
And he says, ask your client. Ask your client if he slept with my wife. Okay, you want to go there, sir? You want to go there, Rescue Randy?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a directed to direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
You don't like his answer, it doesn't mean he didn't answer.
He didn't answer the question. He told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question. That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, but it was his answer. I can't make him say something else. You can ask him another question.
Judge is crazy. He's telling on his wife. He's telling us everything,
Sir,
really.
are you claiming that
I feel like he really
Mr.
believes
Foreman saying
that.
he had sex with
I think he really. Oh wait, he's going to ask him this question right now. I think he really believes that it could be true.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
And having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
And so am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
And that stems from all the posts and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier?
That's what he showed.
The ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
No.
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the
Before.
search? Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious.
It was from before.
Have you ever talked to the people's defender or informer about the statements?
You were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally made no notification. Everything's been made through my attorney.
But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
I'm not for sure the date.
If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit. I do not know that.
So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again. The public has commented on your job duties in the past?
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event. I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Newland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there. So it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it and was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. I didn't find out until a couple of days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene,
Yes.
but it was disconnected?
Yes.
And you were
To
standing?
take as evidence.
To take as evidence?
Yes.
But it was not taken as evidence?
It was not.
So the only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash?
There was a jar of marijuana that was found like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
He has a ball cap room. It was found in the ball cap. Like he has a whole room dedicated to his ball caps. Okay. Why'd they disconnect the security system right if they weren't going to take it to find evidence of an alleged kidnapping?
No one was arrested for threatening you, correct?
Not our choice, but no.
That was a choice made by the sheriff?
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned, and between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
This may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
May I have a second here?
Being a son of a bitch is not a crime, is it?
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Mr. Clayton?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few. Mr. Walters, I look up the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that you, Mr. Osborne, said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
Nice thing, sir. Yeah. Ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
He's now standing up to do an in-court demonstration of this, of how he has to hold his shield. Let's watch it again.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the bird to his security camera or something?
No.
Trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
No.
It was only the one finger that was up. We froze on it.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Whoa.
Have your kids come home upset because somebody said AFROMAN somebody else was their father at some point before this?
As recent as yesterday. Because
Yeah, you know why? As
everything was
recent
brought
as
back.
yesterday, because you are on trial now. You're on trial now. This is public. People became interested in it. You're on the stand. If you didn't, you should have withdrawn your claims because you basically just did this. You basically just withdrew your claims on the stand because you basically said that Gomer Pyle didn't hurt you. All these other things he said about you didn't hurt you. Why are we here?
Up again.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Recross?
Your Honor, I had to recross of Mr. Walters.
Go ahead, sit down. Thank you, sir. Yeah, but what is coming at 1 o'clock, right?
We do, Judge.
Okay, so we get lunch break till about 1 o'clock. Prepare yourself. Don't talk about.
Okay, then they go on break. But what I really want to get to today is AFROMAN's testimony, and for that, I'm going to go back to WCPO, WC3PO, as it were, for that testimony because there's closed captioning. It's a close up on AFROMAN, and listen, he's ready for his close up, and he deserves it.
The plaintiff's called Joseph Foreman as if on cross-examination.
All right, here he is. He's getting on the stand. This happened on day 2, I believe, right? Day 2 and 3.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
This is what we've all been waiting for.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as AFROMAN, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50?
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. That's a lot of days, but
I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? Yeah.
He had to correct the name of his tune. It's Because I Got High. Yeah, Iris, I get it, but they sued him. She says, we're here because the cops who destroyed AFROMAN's gate and door mocked him when he wanted them to pay for the damages, Mel. Yeah, but he's not suing them. They're suing him for hurt feelings. Take that back because he corrects the name of his song, as well he should. Like, that's my big hit. I don't know, Lemon Pound Cake might be bigger now. If you haven't watched Lemon Pound Cake, the link is pinned to the chat.
And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
It has the opposite effect. They're trying to ruin him, cancel him, get millions of dollars from him, but winning. AFROMAN, winning.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were...
Aaron with 3 question marks. The closed captioning is on. Can you not see it, or are you just behind? Hang on. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. Hold tight 1 second. I just wanted to address one other thing in the chat. Somebody said, hold on. Somebody said he did sue the sheriff's office, but the judge dismissed it without a hearing. He didn't sue. Him being here today is not as a result of him starting this action. They sued him. He counterclaimed against the sheriff's office, right? And those counterclaims were thrown out. So it wasn't that he initiated a lawsuit against them, and that's what brought us here today, just to clarify the record. But yes, they were dismissed, and I'm not sure why, because I haven't done a deep dive into the documents yet. And now that the case is over, I may still, I may not. But let's all hit the like button, because there's over 3,500 of us here, and that would be the kind thing to do. It's like wiping your feet on the mat when you come into someone's house. Okay, here you go. I'll take that back 1 second. And the reason the plaintiff has to call him as a witness is because they're suing him. the defendant has to testify because they got to prove their case, right? And so the defendant is, I mean, the plaintiff is the one calling him as a witness. I know it's confusing, but this is a civil case and that's the way it goes. You can't prove your case without having the defendant testify. Okay. Here we go.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact. Nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant.
I mean, how good was that? I can hear that again.
I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my house. A mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
Wait. That was a mic drop moment. The plaintiff's attorney is asking the questions because the plaintiff has to call them in their case in chief. Call the defendant.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, but tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just...
I'm going to unboost this because it distorts the sound, and I don't think we need the booster right now. If you think we need the booster, let me know. But I think this can stand without a booster.
They brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to go to work.
I got to go to work because I got high. I mean, I was going to go to work, but then I got high.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000, but anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance.
Shout out to Red Rocks. Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa have entered the chat. And the fact that Snoop Dogg gave him $5,000 in cash for the balance owed for that show makes me wonder how much would it cost to have AFROMAN come perform in your backyard? Snoop money. Listen up.
Dogg and Wiz Khalifa. Anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of
No, I just know,
$4,390?
I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when
I got drunk, I got high. I don't know. Imagine just leaving $5,000 in your jacket pocket and forgetting about it. That's how much money this guy has. Okay? That's why they thought this was going to be an easy payday. That's why they thought they could just sue him and he would just remove the videos about them. Stop blogging about, can't you make him stop blogging about me? They thought this was going to be an easy payday because he just forgets he has $5,000 in his pocket and hangs it back in the closet because he got high. Guess what? He didn't roll over for them. And he's still mad about it. And he has every right to be.
to get that money, and I hung that suit back. Sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, you know, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430. The number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right. And the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff's was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant return, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more money.
This is hilarious. So he brought the news station with him when he went down there to get his money, and listen to his reason why. And this plaintiff's attorney is going to twist himself into a pretzel to try and get him to say one thing, but what comes out of his mouth, this guy could not have predicted. He already said he was drunk and high. He doesn't remember how much money he put in. He knew the payment was $5,000. He may have spent some money when he was drunk and high. In Denver. Weed's been legal in Colorado for a long time, by the way. They may have been one of the first to legalize it. And this would have been 2022. Yeah, it's been legal there for a long time. Where's my $400? Right. Okay, listen. Again, he's over 1 million on YouTube. It's like, you brought Channel 19 News with you down there because you knew it was miscounted. What? You knew that they took more than it said. I don't know what the hell he's trying to get out here, but he's trying to prove him wrong, and it's not going to work. He makes a living with his words, okay?
You knew when you saw the warrant return, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more money.
I didn't know nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, you know, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News.
She self-snitched.
that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that,
I didn't want to get beat up or Epsteined. Comedy gold.
that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the
hay out of
discount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. You know, they turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
That was just a little extra frosting on the cupcake, sir. I didn't even know they stole my money until that, whoever it is, self-snitched and told me, the clerk. A little extra frosting on the cupcake. It's like, yeah, next question.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
This is great.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes to your knowledge?
Yes, they
The
did.
deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And
he's telling us everything. You're asking a question. You better be prepared for that answer, Mr. Klingler. I didn't want them to. I didn't want to give her the combination, but that was easier than them pulling my safes out and bringing them down there and then planting some stuff in the safes to say that it was mine when it wasn't. And anybody who's on the jury who's ever been exposed to or has even heard about police corruption might think that there's some beads of truth in that, right? Tell us how you really feel, Mr. Foreman, Afro Man.
Know what was in those safes?
It was vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
What part did you understand? He's not a prosecutor.
You
He's a
talked to
plaintiff's
Randy
lawyer.
Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that.
Yes, sir.
Next question.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
it wasn't when I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
He absolutely did have a privilege with any conversation with his attorney that he is allowed to assert. And this plaintiff's attorney is not allowed to ask him about conversations with his attorney. Is it really going to matter? You decide. See what the judge does. Here's the plaintiff's attorney's heartbeat. I just want to go back and hear the question one more time. Did you contact your attorney and say, hey,
get me a copy of that report?
Get me a copy. Did you have that? Did you say to your attorney, hey, get me a copy of the report? That is attorney-client communication, which is privileged. And his now lawyer is allowed to assert that on his behalf. Let's see what the judge does.
I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity. Overrule the objection.
How do you overrule that objection? How do you overrule that objection? Ashton Sugar, no charges were ever brought against AFROMAN, and no charges were ever dropped. The warrant was bogus based on a false tip. So there were no charges that were brought against him ever. Oops.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation.
did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything.
You don't know what I was. You don't know what I wanted. This is great. I did listen to this part yesterday. So now you hear it again.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation.
did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago. Correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing.
it?
If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what
care
they
about
did.
if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence.
He's outraged. He is outraged. Guess who else is outraged? We are. We're outraged too. We've got an emoji for it. We are outraged. That's part of the Karen Reed trial. He's outraged. We're all outraged.
Really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what they
care about
did.
if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the lady admitting that she took?
Could you answer my
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip. Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, what?
I love this man. I love this man. I'm like the opposite of Big Case Mike when he was like, I hate that woman. I hate that woman. Can't read. I love this man. I love this man. I'm not afraid to say it. Do you love this man too? AFROMAN is the face of the First Amendment for 2026 that we didn't know we needed. He's a legend. And he has just revived his career. This is the best publicity for his brand and his music and his artistry. You couldn't pay for this kind of publicity. So thank you to the 7 law enforcement officers of Adams County, Ohio. Don't confuse it with Adams County, Colorado. Thank you, because he's going to see a resurgence. He's going to be laughing all the way to the bank. And that the $400 that you stole from him won't mean a thing. Well done. Well done to you, sirs. Well done. And one woman.
Go look at her admitting that the bag is short because it stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do it right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Why would they admit
Correct.
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all that. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
Oh my, he's telling everything now. He is owning this courtroom. I have never seen a defendant run the courtroom like this. I mean, he's got the details. He's got it all. And now it's even more public. And you called him to the stand. You had to. But this judge isn't going to reel him in. They picked the wrong man. They thought they were going to get a quick settlement, easy buck. Oh, AFROMAN's got a lot of money. Let's sue him for the mean things he said about us on the internet and the songs he wrote about us. Let's ask for all his profits. Let's demand we get all his profits because he's using our likenesses and calling us names. Truth is a complete defense. And what this man is telling you is what he believes this is the truth. Let's hear it one more time about Newland. Newland, the one he called a pedo, but really it was his brother, the ex-police chief, who was actually convicted of sex crimes against children. And he said, it's a fact. Here you go.
Allegations based, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all that. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you. I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're gonna refresh his recollection.
It's
Tree. You then use the.
thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to you.
Mr. Osborne is now going to school the court on refreshing recollection. Listen up.
Using the screen to refresh his recollection, that's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report, we would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
No, Your Honor. He's not allowed to just read the deposition transcript into the record. He can show it to the witness and say, did that refresh your recollection about what you said when I asked you this question? And it comes in through testimony. He's not allowed to testify, the plaintiff's attorney, by just reading the deposition transcript into the record. Either Ohio law is crazy or we're being gaslit. Or both.
Sure. So just read it.
Just read it?
If we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips. And that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
It's true. He wouldn't have known Lisa Phillips unless she came back. Unless she came to his house and turned off the cameras. That's why he made a video about her. And then the plaintiff's attorney's like, yeah, right. But isn't that the truth? How else would he have known about Lisa?
I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about.
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right. So sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this?
He's doing it right. So sit down, please. He's not doing it right by just reading the deposition transcript into the record. Somebody said, aren't depositions private? Yes, until sometimes they can be attached to exhibits for motions pre-trial, but you can use a deposition to impeach a witness during their testimony, but they have to say something different than what they said at their deposition before you can use the deposition transcript to impeach them. And this judge is like, he's doing it right. Sit down. Let's not again.
Right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition.
Ask him a question first.
I had asked you about.
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right. So sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. you know, Stephanie said it, and, you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something. They shake my hand. Yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21.
All right.
Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
But that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always
We noticed that.
Yeah.
And your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman.
Like, yeah, okay, go ahead.
You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So if you just use your.
I mean, you better be ready for the answer, sir. You don't have any proof that he ever did anything to little boys. And now AFROMAN's going to go off. And we saw the picture of Newland's holding that boy when he was on the stand. And see if you agree with what AFROMAN says about it.
You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me.
It was.
So if you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
Bam, mic drop. In the 8 hours of body cam video, which I will link below for you if you have 8 hours to kill and you want to look at it, they do look at his bank statements. And while looking at his bank statements, is that when they decided or just got the idea after he started releasing videos about them? Oh, well, he's got a lot of money in the bank, so we should just sue him and then maybe we can get some. Yeah, did he just whatever him? Hold on.
For you again.
Still in my bank statements. It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again.
Oh, no, he didn't say whatever. He said, I'm going to refer you again
to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But
say whatever.
On page 98 of your deposition on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
Well, it's important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that.
Oh.
You made the conclusion you didn't have memory, so you gotta go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, I she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, for all the officers was a suspect in the first, at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
That's right. He's right.
And is it true that one of your big motivation really in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money.
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
They shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
Tell me he's not selling the lemon pound cake shirts anymore. That'd be heartbreaking. He could sell so much merch right now.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about him, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault. And they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
Oh, what now? These people and you, plaintiff's lawyer, are the predators and the victims at the same time. Oh, I didn't hear this part yesterday. I mean, I thought I was invested before, but I am so much more invested now. Thank you, Elaine, for your very generous Venmo 100. Says AFROMAN is amazing. This is the best. Thanks for taking care of us. Thank you, Craig. I became a cop in the 79 San Diego. Something's never changed. Laughing my ass off at these weenies. Thank you very much for your 100. And Betsy, thank you for your Venmo. I love you with all of my heart. You guys are amazing and kind and generous. And is he wrong? He's got brass ones. Let's hear it again. Fact. Tell us the facts, sir. Tell us the facts.
All about him, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault. And they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
Mic drop.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do.
Turn my bad
and I
times
think
into
I'm
a
a
good.
sport for doing so because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
Turn my bad times into a good time. Yacht today, Satan. I did the same thing with the merch. He's got to make that shirt. Turn my bad times into a good time. Thank you, sir. Fact.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office.
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday.
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes,
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
yes,
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
No, we heard the judge say, I'll tell you when it's time to take a break. Don't you tell us when it's time to take a break. I will tell you when it's time to take a break.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right.
I mean, they even called him a sex addict on camera in his surveillance, his own home surveillance, or maybe that was the body cam footage. But he just looked at all the plaintiffs who were all sitting over there around their dais, and he pointed at them all around the corner. Watch this again. Come to your screen if you can. You're still posting stuff. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Next question.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, wait, no, wait. Stop. Somebody make this into a GIF. Is it a GIF? GIF? I don't know. I don't know how to. You're welcome. So we need that. Ready?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to play that over and over like Cardi B. Hello?
I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne. Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. He said, so you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Plaintiffs rest subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Well, he
We'll
just
deal with the exhibits on a break.
he just checked in with the jury every time. No, if you this is your first moment of watching this trial, the judge has been trying to instruct the jury on all kinds of things throughout the entirety of this trial. You're welcome.
What do you have?
I have no one ready. All my people were subpoenaed to be ready tomorrow. I will have to call them to get them here in the morning.
He's not happy. Look at his face.
Don't research. Don't think. Don't talk. Ruminate in your own mind, maybe, but it can't be any farther than that. The admonition we talked about previously about deliberating as a group and thinking collectively is still in play. And you can't look at anything on.
Oh, that's where they ended their feed. Okay,
Welcome.
so oops. Well, please. I'm gonna go back to. All right, so this is where day 3 continued. Just
No reasonable person.
go back to. Okay, so this is the testimony that you wanted to see of this witness. Correct. Except this is where the feed begins on this station. Let me just see if. If our new friend, not really my friend yet. The Watchdog Wire has a video up for day 3 because this begins day 3. And I don't think he does yet. No, he's just at day 2. And so we get what we get. We don't get upset. Hopefully this is the beginning of her testimony because you guys said this was good. And then we may just go to closings and verdict.
Some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time?
They do.
So this, I'm sorry, this is day 3. This is the defense case in chief. And I'm sorry, but I don't know the name of this witness because they cut off the name. If anybody knows, tell me.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
Oh, I hate that song.
I think I've heard
Sorry,
it.
no, strike that.
That's Cardi B.
I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes.
I don't like that song at all. And when I tell you I don't like Cardi B's music, that's why. Okay, this is the defense. This is the ex-wife of Cooley. Is this Cooley's ex-wife? The one who AFROMAN said he banged? All right, hold on. Shawn Cooley. Is it? Oh, please. Is it? Okay. I'm just, I don't want to make the Rhonda Grooms. Oh, so it's Grooms' ex-wife. Hold on. Ex-wife of plaintiff Grooms. Just typing up the banner for you. I'm here for you. All right, here we go. Except I want it to scroll. I'll just let her play. Okay, here we go.
Is that a rap song?
It is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
No,
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
right. No, I did not.
Oh, wait,
You've
she
heard
is
the
Sean
song,
Cooley's ex-wife?
correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No,
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women,
no,
even though it says nasty things about them?
yeah, no. I mean,
Sean
it's the
Grooms.
artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No,
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
if it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes.
And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
She's testifying for AFROMAN. Oh, because he blamed AFROMAN for his divorce. Okay, I got it.
Morning, Ms. Grooms.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you-
restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Dude. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. That's like lawyering 101.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it and they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
it? Okay. So they had seen your husband in videos?
Yes,
And did you tell your husband about that?
about,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so what other wife do we want to hear from?
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students.
Your students saw the post
Yes.
and they articulate it to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay. Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, you know, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they lash out?
Yes.
But they're not calling names a fact or anything?
No, no.
And they've seen these posts?
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. The doctor comes in a medical malpractice case.
What is he doing? Why is he telling the jury about expert witnesses right now? Clearly, this woman is not an expert. He never asked for her to be qualified as an expert. We know about Daubert. We know all of the things that have to happen before a witness is qualified as an expert. Why does he now feel the need to raise his hands as if he's doing some big declaration proclamation to talk about expert witnesses? He would have had to have qualified this expert as a witness in order to have her. What is he doing? He wants airtime. What is he doing?
Expert. This was a
Now
lay.
he's going to go off and talk about medical malpractice cases. Pure Life is really not wanting to be a sponsor in this trial, or maybe they are. Maybe, I don't know. That's probably the cheap water bottles from wherever. But there's so many water bottles. Like, how many water bottles they have? They're giving everybody gets all the water. Trying to downplay her testimony. She's not an expert. No, she was there to show that the damages, I guess Grooms testified. We didn't cover his testimony because we only have so much time in the day. And I have Kelsey Fitzsimmons' show scheduled for 4:00 and it's 3:15. I was trying to get through closings. Sean Grooms is claiming that he got divorced because of the things AFROMAN said about him. She's like, yeah, no, that's not true. All right. And now he's going to start talking about expert witnesses in medical malpractice cases. What?
Witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. The doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perception, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her, lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can be excused.
Wow.
Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm gonna need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Plaintiff?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
If you're doing well managing your time, I think that's a good idea. I would like to know how I am with getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would, please. Short break, we'll be.
All right, let's forward to the end of this break. Did they go right to closings from here? Because I did listen to that yesterday while I was in the car. Hold, please. Yes, they do. All right, this is going to be, we're going to watch the plaintiff's closing, and then we're going to watch, and then we can get to the verdict. It's either that or come back after Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I would like to get this done now and wrap it. It's boring, right? I know. Let's just listen to this guy. We'll put him on a little bit higher speed. Do you want to watch closings or do you want to go straight to the verdict? What do you want to do? It's your show. You tell me what you want to do. We can put it on a little bit higher speed so we can listen to this guy drone on a little bit. Does he come back for a rebuttal? Because I'm totally not playing that. All right, here we go. This is the plaintiff's closing.
Go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you, from me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walter's wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand, there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine. The tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agree to be on this jury. You're all here now in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it.
Oh my God,
Nobody
the chosen
else
people
is going to do it.
The chosen.
There's not gonna
Where's
be another
Tiny
trial.
Jesus?
There's not going to be.
Do you think Tiny Jesus brought together this jury to come and give your clients lots of money? These big bad cops got their feelings hurt. Wait until you hear how much money he asks for. Here we go.
Second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay.
This is closings.
We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering.
There have been no expert witnesses to come in and testify that any of these people saw a doctor, had any damages, have any mental anguish. It's just them saying my feelings were hurt, but not because he called me Gomer Pyle or because of this, but because he put a general post out there about all the Adams County sheriffs are thieves. Maybe some jurors might think, you know, what he said about Lisa Phillips was very egregious and I don't like it. What he said about that guy being a pedo, well, his brother is, you know, maybe they could be ruled by emotion here. But there've been no expert witnesses to come in and talk about any kind of damages or any kind of treatment any of these plaintiffs have had. If a plaintiff would come into my office and had no medical treatment, I'd be like, how am I going to prove your case? No, I wouldn't even take it. They were looking for a quick payday. Somehow they got him to bite. And he thought, oh, I got 7 plaintiffs. I'm going to get a whole lot of money. Let's hear what he asks for.
There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case,
because they said
is to
so,
render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it.
Meant to do it. You're chosen. Oy vey. You're the chosen people.
Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case.
Pick
I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years. Would you take that deal? You think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, $2 million, that's maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters? Do you think Brian Newland? Do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through?
$2 million wouldn't be enough for her.
I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop it. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form, which, excuse me 1 minute.
All right, get the verdict form. Come on, get your act together. Here, he's going to show the verdict form. He's going to say, here's what we want you to do. I need you to fill out a number. You need to pick a number for each one of the plaintiffs.
I believe the evidence is overwhelming. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs. Okay, this one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory. And again, I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form.
$1.5 million. He wants $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips, but he just told us that if they had given her $2 million, it wouldn't have been enough. Okay, let's keep going.
$1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. Maybe going through for who knows how long.
She said she'd been going through it her whole
For
life.
Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million.
$1 million for the brother of the pedo, who his little daughter's friends were not allowed to sleep over anymore. $1 million for him, $1.5 million for Lisa.
For what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million.
Rescue Randy,
for what
$1 million.
he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other four.
Oh, he said he banged his wife.
Plaintiff.
Okay, so if you're keeping track, he's up to $3.5 million. Okay, okay.
Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike ESTEP. I'm asking you for a total for all four of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on.
Well, just shy of $4 million. He wants them to award a little shy of $4 million. Okay.
Their testimony.
You look like, oh, he does. Oh my God. He looks like Nellie Olson's dad from Little House on the Prairie, 100%. Some golf girl. Dead ringer.
You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form.
Mr. Olson.
based
Thank you,
on this
Mr. Olson.
testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict
Let me get my
for
crystal
the
ball.
plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve. You can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say.
He's a slow talker.
Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it.
Don't let him get away with
In that
this.
case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. Oh, yeah, you took him on and you lost. See, what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want
It
to send.
may not be fine, but it may not also be actionable.
Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence. I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision, and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Laura, thank you for your 5. There is no prosecutor. He's a plaintiff's attorney. There's no prosecutor. He's the plaintiff's attorney. Did I write prosecutor on one of the banners? Thank you, Laura, for your 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to count the numbers. It's been so long, but lots happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe, is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. Or they call Fuck Da Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives. Their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one is Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary, but it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion, sex talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny, some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Yeah, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand.
Did anybody ever think Coneheads were real?
And they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, words rhyme. She thinks my tractor's sexy and, sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in the vacuum. As
Thank you, Husky Lover.
You are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to the voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror who's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people criticize their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have the chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then, keep in mind that miscount on those is less than what is alleged in this here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake.
Forgot his money.
I don't know if I call that lazy or what, but I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. Fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it. That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to higher standards. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family.
Yeah.
Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared.
Oh, he said F yeah.
But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person's going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted. Probably
He's making fun of his own personal hygiene. He's like, let's go back to me not taking a shower.
Dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then, you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit.
Look at that suit.
Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No.
Right.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official, because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact.
Yes, he does.
I
He's
think
got the
everybody's
laser wolf
opinion.
beard from Fiddler. Tradition.
Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But
Opinions are like a-holes. Everyone has one and it stinks. He must know his jury if he's willing to drop the F word and the A word, and that's cool. I'll try and get an interview with him. You know I will. Thanks, Billy Marie. If anybody is in touch with this attorney, I'll just shoot him an email. Thank you. All right. Let the people in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons chat for 4 know that I'm going to be a little bit late because we got to finish that and tell them to come over here. Thank you.
that doesn't mean they can't have it. That doesn't mean they can't express them. That doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason.
If I were a rich man. Diddle.
Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit, until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted. They wanted to make it stop, yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real life. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newman agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact?
Thank you on top.
Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to you, freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song, it's entertainment, and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, you know, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there, because you'll get the definition of causation in proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial. It's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a little pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke.
Only like 5 more minutes.
He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause, or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. ESTEP testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community, because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's the right we have. You have to forgive me. I have to flip through these. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly.
It's all right. We forgive you.
I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all these issues, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not fact. And if you look at it, you can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice, but even SNL's not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment, and some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called them, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy. And what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Yes, I will teleport you to Kelsey because I can't go there until you go there, so don't worry. He says a little rebuttal.
Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society.
Nellie Olson's dad from Little House on the Prairie. I will allow it.
Refer to specific people in the community like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style.
Woo!
He said it like they were facts.
Nellie's
And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions, they were stated as fact. And your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not.
Yeah.
The case isn't about lemon pound cake.
It's called.
It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people.
Oh, how could I not? This is like, I have FOMO.
If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay.
Nobody said that they had real damages, and nobody brought in a doctor to say that they were damaged or that they had mental distress or PTSD or severe depression or anything like that. You can't just use Ipsy Dixit as a recipe to get $3.9 million from Mr. AFROMAN, okay? You just can't have it. And then he blathers on for another 30 seconds or so. And a few moments later, the jury comes back with a verdict. I know, I couldn't believe it either, because I was doing what I had to do yesterday with my kids for spring break. And then I get in the car and it's like, there's a verdict. And I'm like, what? I don't know how long they were out. If anybody knows for real how long they were out, let me know. Except check out AFROMAN's fur coat that he comes back in with. I thought I would have until at least Friday to continue covering this case, but no, this was yesterday. Here's the verdict. Don't spoil it. How fast was it? I don't even know. I can't even find out how fast it was. In 3 hours? 5 hours? I thought it was 10. I literally thought it was 10 minutes because my day flew by, and then that's what had happened. Happy anniversary to you, Sharon. And thank you so much for your $50 gift to me on your 38th anniversary. You're amazing. Tell us your secret of longevity. Thank you for your very generous gift. I love you with all my heart too. Thank you so much. Check out his outfit. I mean, it's fire. Is it real fur? Is it faux fur? I don't know. Is PETA going to come from next? I'm not sure. So people say it was longer than Corey Richens, 3 hours. Let's get to it. I'm all about this fur. All right. And then the judge comes in. He's going to look at the papers many times. All right. I don't know, the sound isn't on. This happened yesterday afternoon.
You just want to move that note. Just wait until the judge is right here to get it to
I don't think we need the booster because it.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So the court was informed the jury reached a verdict, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you'll hand the verdict forms to the bailiff, he'll hand them to me so I can take a look at them. I looked at the form of the paper, essentially to see if they're properly signed. Well, that's the next thing that happens. Thank you.
Remember, they're looking for $3.9 million. The judge is going to look through all the forms. And this is interesting because they had a verdict form, not just for each plaintiff, but for each cause of action for each plaintiff. That's a lot of verdict forms. He did his double duty, unlike Judge Cannoni, who had a very confusing jury verdict form in which there was no not guilty box to even be checked at one point. Licking his fingers, going through all the papers. I will teleport you over to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons stream as soon as we are done here.
With regard to decorum, I don't expect any responses from anybody. It's been an emotional case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers did what they should do. The parties did what they should do. I just want to remind everybody that how the verdict comes out isn't something of public comment. So if you have an emotional attachment to the verdict, don't express it. Wait till you get out of the building before you let your emotions out.
Six hours, 19 minutes. Okay, it was long. It was
So
longer
the
than
verdict
that.
forms are properly executed, and properly completed. Copies will be made available to the parties. In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdict. Thank you.
We almost missed it. Defense verdict. AFROMAN wins. That wasn't very long, was it? Here you go. He said it real fast too. He doesn't look happy. In case you missed it.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed.
That's it.
So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for the security of the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
Heard him buy it. Watch. Afroman's crying. He's got a tear coming down his face. It was a good day for the First Amendment. Not a great day for the 7 cops who have now drawn so much more attention to themselves than they otherwise would have if these videos didn't do well on the internet. No, he didn't thank the jury.
Relax, whatever it is you need.
Don't reach your phone.
Have them go back into their room.
I'm going to show you some reactions from outside the courthouse yesterday.
Hang out in there for a little bit. I can get you, okay? Thank you, sir.
Look at the tear. Can you see the tear yet? I mean, it's a good day. It's a good day for the First Amendment. AFROMAN has become the face of the First Amendment that we didn't know we needed. And every now and then we need a palate cleanser trial, right? And this was it. Thank you, AFROMAN's Freedom Suit, for changing your name for this trial. And here he is praising God. Look, or praying or doing whatever he's doing. Verdict for the defense. AFROMAN wins. Case dismissed. Yay, America. And the jury was out a lot longer than I thought because I was busy yesterday. And when I got back in the car, there was already a verdict. I couldn't believe it. Thank you, Justin Wright. Justin Wright said I would take that deal. $2 million. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Easy money. Thank you for your 5. Let's take a look at what happened outside the courthouse when AFROMAN came out of the court yesterday. And the jury just wasn't buying it.
County Courthouse, the sound of victory. After jury sided with the musician AFROMAN, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, after a days-long civil defamation trial. AFROMAN speaking to WCPO right after the verdict.
I didn't win. America won.
America won.
America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the people, by the people.
The jury finds in favor of the defendant.
7 Adams County Sheriff's deputies sued the musician. They argued AFROMAN used security video from a 2022 raid of his home and put it in music videos using deputies' likeness without permission.
There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand.
This raid taking place nearly 4 years ago following search warrants related to possession and trafficking in drugs and kidnapping. The rapper was never charged. Along with using the surveillance video in multiple music videos, including in the song Lemon Pound Cake, the deputies also say AFROMAN called them thieves and pedophiles.
So we know what it's about, but let's just see if there's any more reaction here. Here's outside the courthouse.
Police
and pedophiles, among other things, on social media.
I didn't go down here and sue the police department. I fixed up the damages they made, and I sung songs about them to raise money to do it. They were unapologetic.
The deputies wanted AFROMAN to pay $3.9 million in damages.
We got about a total of 250 pieces given out. This is the last one, and I'd like to give it to you.
Supporters of AFROMAN coming from near and far with the message both verbally and symbolically.
For me, this isn't really about AFROMAN. It's about free speech. So when someone like AFROMAN stands up for my free speech by using his talents, his musical talents, to fight the corrupt system, we got to come out and support him.
I'm glad things went my way, but if they would have took it off from me, I was happy about all the love I was getting from everybody after them people kicked my door in.
In Adams County,
When life give you lemons, you make lemon pound cake.
Jay Shakur, WCPO 9 News.
There wasn't a lot of supporters because I mean, there are some there, but because this trial was over so quickly. It started on Monday and it was over by Wednesday. And so by the time people started getting invested in it, it was done. He was never charged because nothing was ever found. Could the plaintiffs appeal? Technically, yeah, they could. I don't know on what grounds. Appellate courts are very hesitant to overturn jury verdicts, and appeals are so expensive. And I don't think any plaintiff's lawyer taking on this on contingency would fund an appeal because it's so expensive. Thanks, you guys, for watching this trial with me. Thank you, Nancy, for your Venmo. She said, thanks, Melanie. Good to watch AFROMAN this week. You do such a great job. I love you with all my heart. Thank you, Ms. D. Bates. I put these all up before. And Chell Quinn, is it normal to pull a judge out of retirement? We saw that in Aiden Carney's case. Cosgrove was in retirement. He was a retired judge. They pulled him out to become a special prosecutor. So it does happen. Not a lot. I'm not sure why they did it. Maybe it's a small county and they didn't have a lot of judges in this county. And that's why they did it with this judge. Maybe somebody who knows more can let me know. QS squared, I also love how he sticks to his gun, saying they stole it. If the evidence was in police custody, the police said it was not the right amount when returned. How does that happen if not stealing? Right. Thanks for your 10. I put these all up before. I will just thank you quickly. Personally, thank you, QQ squared, for another 5. The palette cleanser trial we needed. Thank you, AFROMAN's Venus Blue Suit. Piney Woods, thank you so much for your 20. Again, a palette cleanser. And to all of you, and Billy Bush, who said that he loves me. And who doesn't love Billy Bush? What do we got here? Thank you. Kel, thank you. Bridget. Lynn, thank you. Says the best coverage of cases all on YouTube. And thank you, Peter A. Paints. My Instagram DMs get lost in a black hole, so it's far better to email me. My email is in the show notes below this video and all my videos. Thank you guys for being so cool and kind and classy. Let's go talk about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Buckle your seatbelts. I'm sending you over there. Just give me like 3 minutes to hit the ladies' room, and I'll be right over there. Thank you to the moderators. I love you so much. Please do all the things YouTube likes. Please hit the like button, subscribe, all that stuff. Comment after the stream is over and hype it if you can after the stream is over so everyone can find out about it and come back and watch the coverage. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Buckle your seatbelts. Safe travels in 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Love you guys.